just the tip of the iceberg. The other point is...
and Mr. Douglas, are you going to be available at the conclusions today to discuss these matters with Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
All right.
Okay, and the other point, just to alert you, I don't have a lot of redirect with Yamauchi, and Mr. Sims is waiting in the wings, but just to alert the court, at the close of the business yesterday, we requested an opportunity to take possession of the socks, item 13. Those socks were taken back to the LAPD laboratory, and this morning they were examined with a stereo microscope by Greg Matheson and the company of Mr. Yamauchi at that time. Mr. Matheson, and the whole point of this exercise was to be able to show the jury that even when these socks are waved under their noses, there's still blood on them. There's blood on them today. Mr. Matheson conducted a phenolphthalein test in Mr. Yamauchi's presence, and that gave a positive presumptive result. And then subsequent to that, we brought a stereo microscope over here. We've got it in the box right here. And we intend to identify through Mr. Sims, not through Mr. Yamauchi, who's waiting in the wings, blood-stained areas that Mr. Sims has previously examined and identified and done his own form of presumptive testing, the orthotolidine testing on, and then to request the court to allow the jury to see the reddish blood stains that are imperceptible to the naked eye, so that the jury can see that the fraud has finally been revealed and that there's blood on those socks today. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's how we're going to end up this whole segment, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
All right. Where are the socks at this moment?
Right here, Your Honor.
All right.
Just wanted to let you know.
Mr. Scheck, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. First is I would ask leave of the court to reopen my cross-examination for about 10 to 15 minutes just to cover a point or two that I have to cover with this witness and no other witness that I neglected in the rush to finish yesterday.
Yesterday you told me it was 5 minutes that you had.
Well, it hasn't really expanded that much, but I'm just trying to be conservative. The second thing is that I do have objections to what Mr. Harmon is proposing. Certainly, I have objections to the use of phenolphthalein tests without any confirmatory tests. I think the court's clear in the ruling about that, so I don't think that those could be admissible on the redirect examination. And I also think it's beyond the scope of the cross-examination of Mr. Sims and would be improper redirect. And I think that if they want to call, I just don't think it's within the scope of redirect examination of Mr. Sims at this point, certainly if they're going to offer it through him. So whenever they get to that, I want to put the court on notice, too, that I have some objections. Finally, there's the I would just like to put the court on notice that at some time, and I don't want to take up time in front of the jury time right now, maybe at the end of the day, I have some applications with respect to the rules concerning discourse between lawyers and ad hominem statements in argument. And finally, I have a query of the court as to how we can handle the issue that the prosecution raised with its board concerning Dr. Lee in terms of how the statements and of lawyers are going to be presented to the jury. They brought this up over my objection. They're putting up a board which shows Mr. Harmon and Mr. Clark as precipient witnesses standing at the shoulder of Dr. Lee. Mr. Harmon and Mr. Clark have indicated, well, Mr. Harmon on the record and Mr. Clark, I don't see him here, but sure Mr. Harmon knows, have both indicated that, oh, there you are, sorry, buddy. Have both indicated that neither of them can say whether or not Dr. Lee changed gloves during the course of that examination. They did notice that he did or did not do so. They cannot corroborate any affirmative statement of Mr. Yamauchi on that point.
All right, well, that's an issue, though, that we can take up after we conclude with these two witnesses. So let's not take up the time to just, I appreciate your bringing that to my attention so that I'm aware that we'll need to discuss that.
Well, yes. Your Honor, at the time you consider appropriate, we have submitted to the court, after rereading the text of everything yesterday and considering it, what we would propose is a curative instruction on the whole issue of the statements of airtight alibi and the defendant's statements.
All right, have you given that to Mr. Harmon?
Yes. And the question is, Mr. Darden, the question
It
is,
was given to me 2 or 3 minutes ago.
but we've reviewed the record, and following the court's practice, we've given the matter some thought, and the only issue is when you want to take it up.
All right, well, Mr. Darden, I take it from your comment that means that you'd like some additional time to study that? All right. Then we'll take that up after we conclude with Mr. Yamauchi. All right, Mr. Harmon, any other comment?
Just on, when we get to the Henry Lee Board thing, it would be helpful if they provided us some of the reciprocal discovery that they're clearly obligated to at this point in the case. So I think we need to throw that into the mix when they start complaining. He took a lot of notes during that. We saw that. In terms of why I didn't see him change gloves, I wasn't there the whole time. I don't know what happened when I wasn't there. Mr. Clark, same with him. So we'll be happy to discuss that at the appropriate time, and look forward to getting the reciprocal discovery we should have gotten months ago.
All right, we'll take that up at the appropriate time then today. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Would you come forward, please? All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Colin Yamauchi is again on the witness stand. And yesterday, Mr. Scheck had indicated he had completed his cross-examination. However, he has asked permission to ask a few additional questions that he had forgotten to ask, and I've granted permission for him to do so. And Mr. Scheck, you have until 9:30 to conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Morning, Mr. Yamauchi. Sorry, my apologies to everybody for prolonging this any further than it has to go. Mr. Yamauchi, do you have a laminar flow hood in your serology laboratory?
Yes.
And we're talking, and that is the place where you conducted your extractions in this case.
In that hood and on my workbench.
All right. And what is your understanding of a laminar flow hood? How does it work?
Well, rather than sucking air in from the environment, it provides its own filtered air.
Now, or may I? Now,
All right, and this is People's Exhibit
285, I believe.
285.
Now, Mr. Yamauchi, were you present the morning that Dr. Lee examined the sock?
Yes.
And were you participating in the arrangements for Dr. Lee's examination of this sock at your laboratory?
Oh, we were trying to provide him with whatever he requested.
Were you, well, were you aware of when this examination was arranged?
Objection, that calls for hearsay, it's irrelevant.
Overruled.
When it was arranged,
Yes.
they just came and told me that this is what was going to happen.
Well, when? How much notice?
I don't think I had more than an hour notice.
Do you know if there were any time limits indicated with respect to the examination of this sock?
Objection calls for speculation, hearsay, no foundation, it's irrelevant.
Sustained on the hearsay foundation.
All right. Did you have any communication with others from the people from the district attorney's office or others in your laboratory as to what the arrangements were to be for the examination of this sock?
No.
Okay. Did you know where Dr. Lee was at the SID laboratory and how long he was there before he entered the conference room to examine the sock?
Objection, compound, irrelevant, calls for hearsay, speculation.
Overruled.
Well, he was sitting out in the lobby area.
For how long?
I'm not sure. I think at least half an hour.
At least.
Yeah.
While arrangements were being made to bring out the sock so he could examine it.
Objection, argumentative, calls for hearsay, speculation.
Overruled.
Well, we're locating the sock and bringing it to that area.
Now, without telling us what anybody said, did you consult with anyone on the side of the table where Dr. Lee was as to what they perceived in terms of the examination, his examination of the sock, and whether or not Dr. Lee changed gloves
Objection,
between
it's irrelevant.
examination of the
It's
sock?
irrelevant.
Without telling us what they said, did you consult
Objection, it's
with
irrelevant.
anyone in that picture?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. With respect to whether or not Dr. Lee changed his gloves between the examination of the two different socks, did you consult with anybody depicted in those photographs about their observations? But don't tell us what they said.
Yes.
All right. Now, so that would include Mr. Harmon?
Yes.
That would include Mr. Clark?
I'm not sure.
Right. Now, you knew Dr. Lee by reputation before this morning, the morning of this SOC examination?
Yes.
Had you met him previous to that?
No.
Did you expect, before Dr. Lee even came to examine the SOC, do you remember when this was? February?
January, February, something like that.
It was while
Not
this
real
trial
sure.
was going on.
Yes, I believe so.
While testimony was being taken before this jury.
Could I check?
Well, would you accept that it would be sometime about February 1st? Sometime in that area?
I could look in my notes and find
Well-
out for sure.
I have 5 minutes, so sometime around February?
Approximately.
Okay. Now, did you have any feeling, withdrawn, to your knowledge, had any expert from the defense been allowed to examine and touch the socks before this morning when Dr. Lee did so?
Objections, irrelevant, calls for hearsay, no foundation, speculation.
Over.
Okay, had anyone else touched the socks by the defense? Is that what your question is?
That's my question.
To your knowledge.
To
To
your
my knowledge, that I
No
remember.
foundation.
Overruled.
I don't believe so.
Now, you testified, withdrawn. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, did you have any concerns that Dr. Lee might criticize your laboratory?
Objection, calls for, it's irrelevant, calls for speculation.
I haven't heard the full
Foundation.
question.
Let me put it this way to you. As you
And
sit
Mr.
here,
Scheck, would you just turn the podium towards the witness,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
As you sit here today, do you have any feelings about whether
Objection, feel,
goes to
it's
bias?
irrelevant.
I haven't heard the question yet, Mr. Harmon.
Do you have any feelings of resentment towards Dr. Lee?
Resentment? No.
Do you anticipate that he might testify in this case
Objection, it's irrelevant, calls for speculation, no foundation.
Sustain.
Are you worried that Dr. Lee might criticize your laboratory?
No.
Okay. You have no feelings of resentment or irritation with Dr. Lee at all?
Objections, compound, ask and answer.
Overruled.
No, actually, he's seemed like a nice, congenial man.
That's your feeling?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me see if I understand what you're telling us exactly. Are you,
Your Honor, object to the
Sustain.
monologue.
Mr. Yamauchi, are you telling this jury that you are certain that Dr. Lee did not change his gloves in between the examination of the sock? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I was sitting there and watching. I never seen him change his gloves.
All right. But are you certain that he didn't change his gloves?
Well, I mean, if he could do some magic trick and do it while I was turning my head away or something, and I'm sure that's quite possible. But from my observation point and taking notes in that room, I didn't see him change his gloves while I was there.
All right. There's no question in your mind that you were watching him for the entire period, and as far as you're concerned, there's no way that he could have changed his gloves between the examination of those socks without you noticing it. Is that what you're telling us?
Compound.
Oh.
Like I said, again, I was just observing him like anybody else would watch somebody putting on a demonstration or looking at something. And to the best of my recollection and from what I seen there, I didn't notice that.
So that's to the best of your recollection.
Well, yes.
Now, in the first picture on this board to the upper left-hand side that's labeled puts arm, no lab coat, into bag to elbow, okay? See that?
Yes.
All right. Now, that is what bag?
I believe that's a bag. Well, yeah, that's a bag that the white envelope was in.
All right, the bag that the white envelope was in?
Mm-hmm.
And to your knowledge, is that the bag that originally contained the socks, the original container?
Yes, I believe it was.
And that original container was saved along with the socks, was it not?
Yes.
All right, and you see in photograph number 2 that Dr. Lee is taking white paper and it appears angling it as though to put something back into that paper bag.
Yes.
All right. And between those two pictures, did you observe Dr. Lee open up the paper bag, then put it upright, see what material would be on the white piece of paper, and then pour it back into the bag? Is that what happened between the picture on the upper left-hand column of the board and the one in the middle?
Could you describe that one more time?
Sure.
First picture shows Dr. Lee putting an arm into the bag and
Right.
pushing it out, correct?
Right.
And the second picture shows him putting white paper, right, angling it and putting something back into the bag.
Yes.
All right. Now, in between those two pictures, did Dr. Lee hold the bag upright with the opening, vertical to the paper? All right.
I
you
think
remember
I know
that?
what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. All right. Last set of questions, Your Honor. Ask that these two documents be marked. Defendants, where are we at?
1191. 1191.
1191A.
Have you shown that to counsel?
Yes. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, is it the regular course of business in your laboratory to do DQ alpha D1S80 typings on laboratory personnel?
It's the regular course. Well, we try to get the typings of anybody that wants to volunteer their blood or body fluids.
But what I'm saying is, does your laboratory keep a list of biological samples of personnel that's known as a laboratory controls list?
Yes, we have a lot of control samples, and they're built up primarily of the people that work in the lab.
Is there such a thing as a laboratory controls list where each of the DQ alpha, D1S80, and polymarker typings of people that work in the laboratory are compiled?
I believe Aaron Riley's compiled such a list,
Right.
or something to that effect.
Right. And one of the purposes of that list is to have the types on file of all laboratory personnel as a check against possible cross-contamination.
Well, yeah, I believe that's a secondary reason why we have it around, or it could be used for that reason.
What other reasons do you use it?
Well, basically, it's standards and test ourselves in validation. Say somebody wants to become a PCR analyst, they would need a set of samples to test and reflect upon to see if they're getting the right answers.
So Erin Riley is the individual that does the typings.
I've done DQ alpha. She's done the polymarker and the D1S80.
And this laboratory control list is something that's done in the regular course of business in your laboratory?
Regular course of business, could you define what you're meaning by that?
As a matter of routine, in your laboratory, one compiles this laboratory control lists of DQ alpha, D1S80, and polymarker typings of the people who work there.
Well, it's not mandatory, but if the people in our laboratory, and most of them do, want to get themselves typed or be a part of this database, so to speak.
And you would rely upon the typings in that laboratory control list as accurate?
Well, until if there's a discrepancy that comes up, obviously it has to be looked into. But she's done typing on it, and she's a good analyst. She reports it out, and obviously sooner or later somebody else is going to use those same samples and confirm her results to a certain extent. They're basically set up there for practice purposes, and once they're established as coming up with these types, then they could be used as standards.
All right. Now, I show you 1191A and B and ask you if you recognize these documents as being additions to the laboratory control list. Please examine them, as compiled by Erin Riley.
It looks like something she generated. It's got her signature over there.
Would you recognize this as reliable additions to the laboratory control list as compiled in your laboratory with respect to the genotypes of Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola?
Actually, no foundation speculation.
Sustained.
Could I just take another look and talk to Ms. Clark, and we may withdraw an objection?
I'm informed there's no objection, so my last questions are just dependent. 2 minutes, Mr. Harris is looking for the Bronco Results Board. Now, while we're waiting for that board, Mr. Yamauchi, do these records indicate that Dennis Fung, what do they indicate with respect to Dennis Fung's DQ alpha type?
I can read directly from the document.
Yes.
It says Fung DQ alpha 1.1, comma 2, LDLR BB GYP.
Just DQ alpha.
Okay.
We're on the entire objection, so.
I understand. There are no.
No, proceed.
So what is Dennis Fung's DQ alpha type? 1.1?
He's already specified to that.
Is that right?
Yes.
And Andrea Mazzola's DQ alpha type is a 1.1, 1.2. Is that correct?
According to that document, yes.
And Dennis Fung's D1S80 genotype is an 1828.
Yes, according to that document.
And Andrea Mazzola's D1S80 genotype is a 3139.
Yes.
Now, you have. Now, directing your attention, sir, to 260, the Bronco Results Board. And I call your attention to item number 29, the steering wheel. You see that?
Yes.
Now, the DQ alpha types for the steering wheel from both Cellmark and the Department of Justice indicate a 1.1, a 1.2, and a 4 showing up on the strips. Is that correct?
That's what's indicated, yes.
Now, given the genotypes of Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola for the DQ alpha system, would you not agree, would you agree with me, sir, that neither Dennis Fung nor Andrea Mazzola could be the source of the number 4 allele on item 29?
Neither could be the source. Neither one of them has a 4 allele.
So that means that neither of them could be the source of the number 4 allele on number 29, the steering wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Harmon.
Mr. Yamuchi, could you read off the polymarker types from the exhibits 1191A and B for both Mr. Fung and Mr. Mazzola? Oh, Mr. Scheck's got the exhibit through.
Okay, according to this document, Fung, LDLR, BB, GYPA, AB, HBGG, AB, D7.
Well, could you write them up on the board there? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, do you want to just put the exhibit up on the
Oh,
Elmo?
sure. Forgot where.
Rather than drawing
Absolutely.
stuff?
Mr. Yamauchi, LDLR, GYPA, HBGG, D7S8, and GC, what are those?
Those are different loci for genetic marker types.
And would you just go across with Mr. Fung and recite for the jury what his respective types were for those markers?
Okay, one more time. LDLR, BB, GYPA, AB, HBGG, AB, D7S8, AB, and GC, BB.
And then for Ms. Mazzola?
LDLR, AB, GYPA, AB, HBGG, BB, D7S8, AB, and GC, AC.
And so, if there are any stains that were typed by cell mark using the polymarker system that produce any types different than Ms. Fung and Ms. Mazzola, would that mean that neither of those people could be the source of those stains?
If they typed, I'm sorry, one more time.
Sure. If any of the stains that were typed by cell mark using the polymarker system produced results different than the results you've just described for Ms. Fung or Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola, Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola would be excluded as the source of those stains. Is that true?
Yes, provided we're talking about a single source and not a mixture, yes.
Okay, can we put up 1191A, that's the D1S80 results. Mr. Fung had an 1828, Ms. Mazzola had a 3139, is that true?
Yes, according to that document.
And neither of those people have a 24 allele, is that true?
It's not listed there.
And neither of them had a 25 allele, is that true?
It's not listed there.
So, and therefore, neither Mr. Fung nor Ms. Mazzola could be the source of any stains that have, the sole source of any stains that have a 24 or 25 allele.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the Henry Lee board. Do you mean to criticize Dr. Lee for what he did in your presence during his examination of those socks?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Are you critical of anything that Dr. Lee did in your presence while he examined the socks, item 13?
No.
And what was the point in describing what he did?
Objection.
Legal grounds. Legal grounds.
Objection calls for speculation from this witness. Improper question.
Sustained.
Did you have a point in describing your observations that you wrote down in your notes about Dr. Lee's examination of those socks?
Same objection.
Sustained.
What point, if any, did you have?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you write down what you saw Dr. Lee do?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Overruled.
Well, basically, he has a good reputation, and he handles evidence in the same fashion that we do.
You made extensive notes about your observations,
Yes, I did.
and in your notes, did you hesitate at all in describing the fact that Dr. Lee did not change his gloves during the examination?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled.
No.
Would it help to refresh, or do you remember the exact words that you used to describe your observation about Dr. Lee and changing gloves?
I can refer to my notes.
Sure, would you do that if it would help refresh your recollection? You had a chance to look at your notes, Mr. Yamauchi?
Yes.
And do you recall what you wrote down at the time you observed Dr. Lee examine those socks?
The points did not change.
Excuse me a second. Mr. Scheck, you're going to have to stand someplace else. Mr.
What did you write down when you saw Dr. Lee examine those socks with regard to the gloves?
Points
To
did,
the form of that question, Your Honor, particularly in light of the notes, I don't think they're
Speaking objection.
What's the legal basis?
legal basis. Well, it's hearsay, number one.
Or we'll say prior consistent statement after cross-examination. Proceed.
oh, I'm sorry.
Or we'll
My objection in that regard has to do with the point of alleged fabrication.
Okay,
Are consistent.
proceed.
I wrote points did not change gloves throughout entire process.
Mr. Yamauchi, are you part of some conspiracy to unjustly convict Mr. Simpson in this case?
Objection.
No.
Mr. Yamauchi, are you trying to cover up the fact that Detective Lang walked around the LAPD SID lab with a pair of smelly Reeboks on June 14th?
Oh,
No.
If you had seen that, would you have described that to the jury?
Like I said before, I don't recall whether I saw him or not that day.
Let's cover some specific points very briefly, if you will. When did you do the Fitzco card? You know, pipetting the blood out of the reference vial and putting it on the card with respect to your examination and sampling of the glove?
For Mr. Simpson's blood?
Yes.
Well, I did that first so I could allow it to dry.
Was that clear in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have a practice with, you've already described how you work on one microcentrifuge tube at a time and then put it in a rack. Do you have a practice at some point with regard to numbering those tubes in the rack?
Well, I have to put an extraction number on the top of the cap
When do you do that?
when I go to serology, to the serology area and start my extraction.
And is there any reason you would change the order of the tubes that you'd previously put in the rack when you did the sampling of the evidence?
No.
When you did your examination of the glove from Rockingham, item number 9, did you use a stereo microscope?
No.
Did you change your gloves after you sampled the glove when you touched it with your right hand, when you touched the glove with your right hand, number 9?
If I touch an item, I will change my gloves before I touch another item or go on and work.
And with regard to changing gloves, do you change gloves frequently to avoid sample-to-sample contamination?
I actually change my gloves a lot.
Okay. Do you also change them whenever they might have been contaminated with DNA?
Of course, if I suspect that,
Speculation.
oh.
of course, if I suspect that, I would change my gloves.
And do you recognize that language is coming right from the Amplotype user guide?
Well, that sounds familiar, and it makes logical sense that it would be in there to some extent.
Why did you wear gloves yesterday during the sock examination and display for the jury?
Well, basically, there are two reasons, and I think I went over this already, why you would wear gloves. And one of them is obviously to protect yourself from contracting any pathogens from any potential evidence. And the other reason is to minimize the risk of contaminating.
Let's talk about the LAPD PCR protocol just for a few moments. Mr. Scheck asked you if there's a section in there, section 15, about the yield gel. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And he asked you if there's a section in there, section 16, about doing a slot blot. Is that right?
Yes.
What's the purpose of having those sections discussing those topics in the protocol?
Well, they're there to explain how step by step you would go through that process.
Does the LAPD SID PCR protocol also describe more than one extraction procedure?
Yes, it does.
And can a forensic scientist get the correct answer, the true answer, without doing either a yield gel or a slot blot?
Yes.
You recall yesterday Mr. Scheck asked you some questions about Section 4, the evidence handling section.
Yes.
Do you remember that? And specifically, the topic of receiving evidence for analysis. You recall yesterday the subcategory is walk-ins, and he asked you to read the section that says the only evidence items that will be processed on a walk-in basis will be those items that are received from a detective/officer that has completed a proper transfer of the items into the evidence control unit, and then in parentheses, ECU. Do you remember that yesterday?
Yes.
What's a walk-in?
Walk-in refers to, like I was explaining before, usually we get our evidence from this evidence control unit. But occasionally a detective will have the evidence in his hand and want it analyzed, so he'll walk it in. And generally speaking, we'll make them go around and book that first. That's quote unquote what a walk-in means.
Is this case a walk-in?
It's not the same because we have a criminalist that was assigned the case. So in that respect, that person could be the conduit of the evidence.
And so this case is not a walk-in as defined in your protocol?
I don't see it that way, no.
Now, in that regard, Mr. Scheck asked you questions about detectives in serology. Are detectives routinely allowed into lab spaces without anybody accompanying them or supervising them?
That would be unauthorized if they're there by themselves. They would have to be accompanied by an authorized person, which would be one of the criminalists in the lab.
Mr. Scheck asked you a series of questions the other day with respect to Defense Exhibit 1181, had to do with some mock vaginal swab samples. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and you've described that as a sexual assault case, and the reported answer that you provided was a 1.24. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, in the results column of the hybridization sheet, that's what was written down.
Okay, and do you recall, just to try to demonstrate why you felt that was not an incorrect answer, do you recall what the source of the sperm was, the known source of the sperm was in that case? So 1.2, 1.3?
Okay, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
1180. Could you, well, let's assume hypothetically, and then I'll put the exhibit up on the board. If you'd step up to that board, this is the only drawing I'll ask you to do, and let's assume that we have a sexual assault case where you have a vaginal swab, and the victim's type, the victim's known type, which comes from the epithelial cells, is a 1.24. Okay. And the source of the sperm, or the assailant, the alleged assailant, is a 1.2, 1.3. Okay, and let's assume furthermore that you typed, and I'll ask you real briefly to describe the typing process that you engage in, that you typed both of the samples that you produced, and the result, or the typable result, was a 1.24, okay? Could you explain the process and why you feel that is not an incorrect answer?
Sure. When you deal with sexual assault cases, I believe I went over this in a little bit of detail, but I'll try to clarify it now. What happens is you are presented with a mixture, and that mixture is not always an equal mixture. In fact, there are various degrees of it being a mixture. There could be more semen than vaginal secretions, or vice versa. Because for PCR, we would be dealing with samples that the conventional serologists who initially look at the swabs would consider low in sperm count. Because we deal with these type of samples that have small amounts of semen on them, we wanted to provide ourselves with some challenging replicas of what these type of sexual assault swabs would be. The way we did that was we diluted down semen solutions, and with the epithelial cells, which are the cells that line your mouth, we had those in lieu of actual vaginal secretions, which are very similar cell lines. What happens here is what we have is a differential extraction, and that's the process by which we try to separate out these two sets of cells, the epithelial cells from the sperm cells. The problem with this, though, is that this separation is not always complete. In other words, in the fraction that's designated SC, this fraction may contain some representation from the epithelial cells, and vice versa. The SC fraction could contain some cells, the EC fraction could contain some cells from the SC fraction in the representation. So because of this, if I present myself with a swab that's quite challenging and there's not enough of the spermatozoa or the sperm in that sample to get a typing result.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to strike, this answer is a narrative, and I would move to strike this point as being without foundation as to what the sample did or did not have. Full rule.
Okay, where was I? Well,
I think you were just describing it where there's not enough sperm there to type.
exactly. I was talking about limits of detection. Our test, although very sensitive, does not always have strong enough detection capabilities to detect everything. So if we were presented with the sample, in this case, this is the scenario, where I could not detect this particular typing group, which would be the spermatozoa fraction, then what I would be left with would just be the epithelial cell fraction. And that's why, if you look at the scripts, you can see the representation for the script for the epithelial cell fraction. It was clear and very dark dots. In the sperm cell fraction, I had the same representation. And the reason why was because of that phenomenon I described earlier, dealing with this differential extraction. Some of this spills over into this fraction. And so what I was left with was 1.24 in the epithelial cell fraction, dark and clear. And in the sperm cell fraction, I had lighter dots, 1.24. And that was an indication to me that this was consistent with the epithelial cell fraction. And if I was reporting that out, I would not make a statement on that because it indicates to me that this type is consistent with that. And if it's not foreign to that epithelial cell fraction, no statement can be made. That's not a wrong result. It's something that's expected when given and presented a swab that's challenging and that very much represents the type of caseload that we're presented with.
Mr. Hart.
Sure. May that drawing be marked as Peoples 286 for identification, Your Honor? Is that right?
Peoples 286.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, just where you left off there, no, go ahead, you can sit down. It sounds like you encounter this phenomenon frequently in sexual assault cases. Is that true?
Oftentimes it's seen, yes.
And is it documented in the literature?
Yes, it should be.
Okay. Is this a mistake on your part?
No, by no means.
Okay, could we put 1181C briefly on the Elmo, Your Honor? I just want you to look at it, and is what you have just described that's drawn up on 286 for identification, is that what's represented in 1V, both the EC epithelial cell sample and the SC, the sperm cell sample?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it was previously known to the laboratory that in fact the sperm DNA type was one.
Leading.
Was it previously known to the laboratory that the sperm DNA type was a 1.2 or 1.3?
I don't understand what you mean by previously to the laboratory.
Okay, were
Or
these
no.
samples typed ahead of time before they were combined into these mock vaginal swabs?
Oh, the types of the individuals, yes.
Okay, and so, okay. Now, this differential extraction and epithelial cells, does this have anything to do with the nature of the samples or the test you performed in this case?
There are no differential extractions performed in this case by myself. And to my knowledge, it wouldn't be necessary in any of the other analyses done by any of the other labs.
Mr. Scheck asked you some questions about the danger of cross-contamination when you process degraded samples along with intact samples. You recall that?
Yes,
And I believe you said you can't tell a sample's degraded until you do the processing. Is that true?
that's true.
And, for example, if you were handling old samples, PCR can be done on mummies. Is that true?
Yes, there's literature on that.
Okay. If you were handling old samples and new samples, what would your approach be with respect to not knowing whether something's degraded ahead of time?
I'd go back to my same protocol and procedure where I would do everything separately, one by one, and not allow any two samples open at the same time.
Okay. Mr. Scheck asked you some questions about a reagent concern that Aaron Riley and Greg Matheson dealt with. Do you recall that yesterday towards the end of the day?
Yes,
Now, from your experience with that, is it true that the negative controls in these kits worked the way they were designed to work?
yes, they did.
And is it also true that once the problems were addressed, that the negative controls showed no further problems?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Scheck asked you some questions about validation samples and casework, and you said something about occasional anomalous results. Do you recall that yesterday?
yes,
Is it true that the reason you knew there were occasional anomalous results was because the negative controls worked?
yes.
There's been a lot of discussions about whether or not you sampling items and only working on one tube at a time constitutes processing them separately. Do you remember some of the questions Mr. Scheck asked you about that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a question. Yesterday you said that the extraction process on June 14th took about an hour and a half. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And then how long do you think the extraction process took on June 15th?
Approximately the same amount of time.
Okay. Do you recall the exact sequence that you extracted these samples on the June 14th run?
No, I don't. I'd have to refer to my notes.
Sure. Do you actually have them recorded on an extraction record?
Yes.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to look at that?
Yes, it would. The extraction on the 14th?
Yes. Would you please recite for the jury the exact order that you processed the samples that you've already described as having sampled and put in tubes?
Okay, the order is item number 9, glove, A, B, C, D, Item number 112, which, that's a photo item number.
Is that 47?
Yes, that corresponds to the item number 47. Red stain and then control. And then item number 13, photo number, which corresponds to 48. Red stain control. Item number 114, which is the photo number, which corresponds to 49. Red stain and control. Item number 115, which is the photo number, corresponds to number 50. Red stain control. Number 117, number 52, red stain control. Item number 106, photo number, which corresponds to, I believe, 41, is it? Let me,
Yes.
number 41, red stain control. And then item number 107, which corresponds to 42, red stain control. Item number 18, which at the time was given to me as the item number. It's item number 17, OJ Simpson blood exemplar, blood standard number 1, and then cloth control. And that's it for that
So-
extraction.
There's approximately an hour and a half between when you began the extraction of the glove and when you extracted Mr. Simpson's, or the DNA from Mr. Simpson's cutting from the Fitzco card. Is that correct?
I did, yeah, that extraction, all those in that time period.
And none of these controls cause you any concern about the results that you've already presented to this jury. Is that true?
That's true.
Let's talk about June 15th, if you will. Would you tell the jury the order in which you processed the samples for extraction on June 15th?
Okay, let's see here. Item number 23, red stain and then control. Item number 25, red stain and then control. Item number 31, red stain and then control. Item number 33, red stain. Item number 34, red stain. Item number 34, control. Item number 12, red stain and then control. Item number 14, red stain and then control. Blood exemplar coroners, Brown, Simpson, Nicole. Blood exemplar coroners, Goldman, Ronald. Standard number 1, and then cloth control.
And now, is it true that on both the June 14th set of tests and the June 15th set of tests, you always alternated between the red stain and the substrate control?
Yeah,
Sustained phrase question.
Did you always alternate between the red stain and the substrate control in both the June 14th and 15th runs?
yes, I had them set up in this order.
Okay, and you always had the reference sample at the end of the line?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you always have the reference sample at the end of the line?
Yes, that's the way I had it set up.
Was there anything about the controls, either the substrate controls, the negative or the positive controls in the June 15th run, which undermine your confidence in the results you've presented to the jury?
No.
Before we move on to the SOX, Mr. Yamauchi, has there been anything in Mr. Scheck's questioning of you where you were,
The form of this question, self-serving, oral.
has there been anything in Mr. Scheck's questioning of you, which included hypotheticals and possibilities, which in any way undermines the confidence that you had when you presented your DQ alpha results to this jury?
Well, at one point, I wanted to explain my interpretation of a mixture.
Objection, not responsive.
Overruled.
And this is on the,
Right.
I don't strike things that I've overruled.
and this is on item number 31?
I believe so.
Okay, would it help to refresh your recollection to look at your notes?
Yes, it would.
Why don't you do that, and then we'll give you a chance to explain that.
Yes, okay, I've reviewed them.
Okay, why don't you provide the jury with the explanation you'd like to give them on that mixture?
Okay, once again, it displays a mixture. There is a result that is over that C dot that we talked about, that confidence level. And because of that, that would in and of itself would be callable. But then there were some other dots that were below the level of that C dot in intensity. They were still distinguishable, but we don't have that confidence level that we use as our standard to call something. Because one of the parts of the whole was not up to the standard that we like to make the call. That's why it had to be labeled inconclusive.
And the dots that you saw that were more intense than the C dot were 1.1, 1.2?
Yes,
And the dots you saw that were less intense were a 1.3 and a 4.
yes.
Okay, let's talk about the socks. Have you had prior experience with processing dark surfaces to try to detect blood stains?
Yes, I have in the past.
And what sorts of difficulties have you encountered?
Dark surfaces tend to hide blood stains, or they make it difficult to visually see them right offhand.
I think we've been through this topic about 3 times now with various witnesses.
That was the last question that I intended to ask on there.
All right.
And so when the words "none obvious" were used to describe what was apparent or not apparent on June 29th,
That's right. It's not the testimony. Exhibit K says
Sustained. It's
None.
hearsay.
on June 29th, when you're in Michelle's office looking at the socks, was a stereo microscope used?
No,
Was there any sort of alternative light source used?
no,
Okay, was there anything else other than the naked eye used to scan those socks?
no, we just visually looked at them.
Okay, it's true, is it not, that you saw no,
Sustained.
is it true that you saw no apparent stained or discolored
Objection,
areas
please.
on the socks on that?
Sustained.
Did you see any discolored areas on the socks on June 29th?
We didn't look at it that well to note anything.
No, Mr. Yamauchi, the question was, what did you see?
No,
Okay. And if subsequent tests revealed the presence of Mr. Simpson's blood on those socks, you didn't see them either?
objection to the form of this question.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You didn't even see stains that were later identified as Mr. Simpson's blood on those socks?
Objection to the form of that question.
Sustained.
Did you see any stains that have since been identified as coming from Mr. Simpson on either of those socks?
Objection, no
Sustained.
foundation.
After yesterday's display for the jury, did you see any red dust on the paper that was laid out underneath the socks?
no, I didn't.
Did you look for it?
Yes, I did.
This morning, did you assist Mr. Matheson in looking at the socks under a stereo microscope over in the laboratory?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
Okay, will you describe what transpired?
He utilized a stereo microscope to look for,
Objection to this being beyond the scope, Your Honor.
Overruled.
a latent blood stain. What I mean by that would be a blood stain that you can't see with the naked eye. Well, he proceeded and found an area where,
Okay, stop right there.
Did you look through the microscope too?
yes,
Did you see some discolored area that Mr. Matheson had focused the
Sustained.
microscope on?
Sustained. It's
Did you
bleeding.
s- Did you see a discolored area through the stereo microscope after Mr.
Sustained.
Matheson?
What did you see?
What did you see after Mr. Matheson manipulated the socks under the stereo microscope?
Objection that to this is beyond the scope.
Overruled.
there appeared to be some, well, more than discoloration. something that looked like it was sticking and adhering to the fibers.
May I proceed, or do we want? This is what I alerted the court to.
I'm sorry, why don't you approach with the court reporter, please?
Mr. Yamauchi, did you then bring the socks and the stereo microscope to court, to this building this morning?
Yes.
And did you assist Gary Sims in setting up and looking at the socks upstairs in our office?
Objection, Your Honor.
Beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, and did you actually look at the stereo microscope and look at the socks after Mr. Sims had manipulated the socks?
Yes.
And will you describe what you saw?
Again, he focused in on another area than Mr. Matheson did, and the same stuff for substance adhering to the fibers of the sock were noted.
Okay, did you say Mr. Matheson or Mr. Sims? Today, upstairs?
Upstairs is Mr. Sims, and back at the lab was Mr. Matheson.
And were these, and will you describe what you observed upstairs with Mr. Sims after he manipulated the socks?
Yes, once again, it was the same appearing substance adhering to the fibers of the socks.
What did it look like?
Oh, it looked like it could possibly be blood.
Objection, move to strike.
Sustained. Answer stricken. Jury's to disregard.
Did it resemble blood?
Present objection.
You can have him describe with particularity what he saw without the conclusion.
Will you describe with particularity what you saw? And if you can compare it with something that you already know, that would be helpful too.
It was a substance, it's kind of subtle, reddish, somewhat crystalline, adhering to the fibers of the socks.
Have you ever seen blood that looks like that?
Objection.
It's leading.
Did it resemble blood?
Sustained. Ever seen anything that's similar to what you saw?
Yes,
What was that?
blood.
Now, was this a different spot than Mr. Matheson looked at and showed you in the lab this morning?
With Gary Sims?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Yamauchi, in trying to get results from start to finish on June 14th, did you do anything that would have caused Mr. Simpson to be falsely implicated by the results that you produced?
Same question.
Rephrase the question.
Mr. Yamauchi, in working overtime and going from start to finish on the first set of DQ alpha tests that you performed on June 14th, did you do anything that undermines your confidence in the results that you've described to this jury?
Objective, leading, speculative, asked and answered.
Oh,
No.
Thanks, Mr. Yamauchi. No further questions.
Mr. Scheck?
Mr. Yamauchi, do you believe that Dr. Henry Lee handles evidence in the same fashion that you do at the LAPD laboratory? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, from my observations of him.
And in your notes, you have a whole series of notations about what Dr. Lee did, correct?
Yes.
All right. And after each notation, do you have down same gloves?
Yes.
Every one of
Not
them?
every one of them, but
You know-
I did write that in at certain points.
Do you write down same gloves at the end?
Yes.
So basically, you wrote down something that after observing the whole observation, you didn't recall him changing gloves.
That's right.
Now, you were asked on redirect examination about slot blots. Recall that?
Yes.
You're asked about degraded samples.
Yes.
Now, if one does a slot blot, that will give you information as to how much human DNA is in a sample.
Yeah, I'll give you an approximation.
And a reading on how much human DNA is in a sample could assist you in making an assessment as to whether or not you're dealing with degraded samples.
To a certain extent, it could, yes.
And wouldn't you agree that in terms of guarding against cross-contamination, it's important to know if you're dealing with degraded samples?
Not if you're handling procedure, make sure that everything's done at a separate time.
You did not perform a slot blot in this case, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, Mr. Harmon asked you some questions about the LAPD mock vaginal swab exercise. Yes?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did anyone else in your laboratory perform the mock vaginal swab exercise?
Objection, it's irrelevant, beyond the scope.
Oh.
Hearsay.
They might have.
Well, wasn't this a standard given out to others in your lab?
Well, it was made available.
And do you know if anyone else in your laboratory, with respect to sample number 1, got the 1.2, 1.3 result for the sperm sample?
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure they would have examined the same swabs that I did, because a number of swabs were made up with those types on them.
We put Now, the way this exercise worked is that vaginal swabs were prepared. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were taking the test, were you supposed to know what the types for the sperm sample and the epithelial fraction of these vaginal swabs was?
Well, like I was saying before, it wasn't necessarily a test as much as to see if we can type and get what answers that we expect. And I made those swabs. I made quite a few of these swabs.
So when you were taking this test, did you know ahead of time what you were supposed to find for each of the different vaginal swabs you were examining?
Well, I suppose I could have looked it up because, like I said, I set it up and made it.
But my question to you, sir, is when you were doing the typings, did you know, for example, number one, what result you were supposed to get for the sperm sample?
Well, I made them. Of course, I would have known.
Did you, when you did the typing, did you know?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you. I made the swabs.
I know you made-
I would know the types that are on there.
My question to you is, when you did the typing, can you move that up a little bit? When you did the typing on sample number one on September 9th, 1993, did you have it in mind what you were supposed to get for the sperm fraction as indicated in tube 14-6?
Oh, you mean did I have it memorized in my head, all the typing results?
Yeah.
No, my memory's not that good.
And did you sit there with the code sheet next to you and look at the look at the code sheet as you were reading the strips and putting down the typing result?
No.
So to that extent, you didn't know what the answer was supposed to be or what the expected typing result for the sperm fraction was supposed to be when you did the test, right? On September 3rd, 1993.
No.
Okay. Now, wasn't the point of this exercise to determine whether or not you could accurately and reliably type a mixture?
That was the process, and it was to give us some swabs that were challenging enough to test our ability so that we would have a better feel of what it's like to type casework samples.
So the point of this validation study was to determine whether or not the analysts could accurately and reliably type a mixture on a vaginal swab.
Yes, and that's what I did.
Okay. And when you're doing a mixture on a vaginal swab where you have a sperm cells and epithelial cells, you can engage in a process of what is known as differential extraction.
Yes.
And that means that you have one set of detergents that will first burst open the epithelial cells.
Well, it's more than that. It's a little bit more complicated. There's what are known as enzymes or proteases that are involved in that step.
But you put reagents into the tube, and that's going to burst open the epithelial cells and remove that DNA, and then you proceed to the sperm cells, correct?
Right. But in that first process, to a certain extent, sometimes the sperm cells could be lysed also.
But the point is that you have a process available known as a differential extraction, which permits you, when you have sperm cells and epithelial cells, to attempt to do them separately, right?
To a certain extent. And once again, there is oftentimes spillover from one fraction to the other because the process itself is not perfect.
Now, when you're dealing with bloodstain mixtures, there is no process available to you to do a differential extraction.
Why would you need to? Bloodstains are all the same cell line.
If you have a blood stain that
Yes.
could have been created by mixtures of two or more contributors, one cannot go through a differential extraction process to determine contributors, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So to that extent, there are more tools available to the forensic analyst in terms of sorting out mixtures when you're dealing with epithelial cells and sperm cells.
Yes, in that regard.
And so would it be fair to say that doing differential extractions on vaginal swabs is easier than sorting out mixtures on bloodstains?
That's argument.
Overruled.
Personally, I don't think it's easier, and I don't think anybody else that analyzes these samples do either.
Mr. Yamauchi,
Excuse me, Mr. Check, why don't you finish the thought, because we need to take a break.
oh, okay.
Go ahead and finish the thought.
Now, with respect to these typing results, there were other instances on this typing run where there was evidence of carryover between the vaginal, the epithelial cells and the sperm cells, right?
Objection is beyond the scope. It's irrelevant.
How much more do you have of this, Mr. Check?
2-3 minutes.
Proceed.
There were other instances where there was carryover, correct? Or appeared to be
Yes.
carryover. That is to say, you got strong readings that were consistent with the sperm fraction and some weak readings that were consistent with either the epithelial cells or the vaginal or the sperm cells, correct?
Correct.
But what makes number one different here with respect to line 2 is that you got a reading of 1.24 with no indication of other alleles or contributors. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were reporting this out in a case where a suspect had a 1.24 genotype for the DQ alpha system, you would have reported a match.
Objection, argumentative, it's irrelevant, beyond the scope,
Phrase the
speculation.
question. Phrase the question.
All right. Let's do it both ways. Let's assume, as in the mock vaginal swab exercise here, that the correct genotype for the sperm donor here, for the DQ alpha system, is 1.23.
For the sperm donor.
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant, it's beyond the scope.
Overruled.
That was the genotype of the sperm donor in this exercise, right?
I'd have
like-
to see the sheet again.
All right. See the sheet? See where it says SP at the top?
1.2, 1.3?
Yes, 1.2, 1.3.
Okay.
That's supposed to be what is the sperm contribution, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you reported out a 1.24 on your typing sheet.
Right.
If this had been a case, that would have been a false exclusion.
Objection, Your Honor, it's argumentative, misstates his testimony, it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
If your typing results had been used in a real case instead of a mock case, would that have been an incorrect typing that would have excluded the sperm donor as being a contributor to that vaginal swab?
Objection, no foundation, speculation, it's argumentative, it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, the 1.24 is not the correct typing for the sperm contributor, is it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The 1.24 typing does not reflect the true genotype of the
Objection,
sperm
asked and
contributor.
answered.
Sustained. Counsel, we've been through this.
Is there any notation whatsoever on your report or on any review of this by your supervisor that there was any incorrect typing reported on this mock vaginal swab exercise by you?
Objection, asked and answered, beyond the scope.
Oral.
I didn't mark down anything being wrong, and neither did my supervisor.
When you say wrong, was the discrepancy even noted?
It's not a
Objection,
discrepancy.
argumentative.
Sustained.
Was there any notation put down that the sperm
Objection,
fraction,
asked and answered.
Haven't heard the question.
was there any notation put down, withdraw, other than the report that Colin Yamauchi either got the correct types or no results on all the validation studies? Other than that report, was anything else said about how you did on these mock vaginal swab studies
calls for
in
hearsay.
any documents
Calls for
produced
hearsay, Your
in
Honor.
regard to the validation studies?
Still calls
Sustained.
for hearsay. Thank you.
Excuse me, counsel. Don't make your objections while the question is being made. Makes it very impossible for the court reporter to make an adequate record. You can make your objection at the appropriate time after the question is
Well,
asked.
and I'd appreciate counsel doing the same for the first time, Your Honor.
That wasn't necessary, Mr. Harmon.
I agree.
All right, I think we're done for the morning session. We're going to take a recess, ladies and gentlemen. I need to speak to the lawyers. All right, would you step back into the jury room, please? Remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. The record should reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Colin Yamauchi is again on the witness stand, undergoing re-cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you may continue.
Mr. Yamauchi, just 3 or 4 more different questions about this mock vaginal swab exercise. Is there a procedure that is commonly employed by forensic analysts whereby one can look under a microscope at a vaginal swab and literally see sperm cells?
Objection, beyond the scope, it's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes, you can take a microscopic examination of that.
And after such a microscopic examination, one could determine whether or not there were any sperm cells in the sample.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you do that here?
I may or may not have at that point. You understand that was back in the beginning before we started casework. As far as when we do casework, that is a part of our protocol and procedure to document that to that detail of whether or not we can see the spermatozoa.
Do you have any notes indicating that you performed such an examination in this exercise?
No, I don't.
Was the purpose of this exercise to simulate the techniques that you would use in a real case?
Well, yes, it was. And to a certain extent, we were evolving and trying to decide what were the important needs and what we didn't. And obviously, we came to the conclusion that we needed that microscopic examination because that's what we do in our casework today.
See, did you just say to me a second ago that you don't know whether you did or did not look at this sample under a microscope?
Yes, I did.
So you might have done that.
Yes, I might have.
Are you telling us now that as a result of the mock vaginal swab exercise, you realized that you had to institute a procedure of looking at samples under a microscope to see whether there are sperm cells? Is that what you're saying now?
Argumentative, irrelevant, beyond the scope.
It's not critical to the result, but it does give us information that we can use to troubleshoot later on.
Well, the point of looking at it under a microscope is to see whether there are any sperm cells.
Yes.
Now,
All right, counsel,
Your Honor, he was, you didn't let me,
I understand that, but these
just
are,
one more
one more.
point about this. When you reported, the type result 1.24 for the sperm contribution in this exercise.
That's
Are you
the
with me?
fraction, the sperm cell fraction.
On September 3rd. Okay, you with me?
Yes.
When you did that, did you believe the 1.24 was the sperm contribution?
No, it had all the signs of being spillover from the epithelial cell fraction.
Did you note so it's your testimony, sir, that when you saw that 1.24 for the sperm fraction on the hybridization strip for 14-6, that you knew in your mind at that time when you wrote down 1.24 that that wasn't really the sperm contribution, that was the epithelial cell contribution?
Argumentative.
Sustained, phrase a question.
All right. Is it your testimony that when you wrote down 1.24 on September 3rd for the sperm cell contribution, you knew at that time that that 1.24 was actually the epithelial cell, not the sperm cell?
You mean spilling over?
Yeah. When you wrote down 1.24 for sperm cell, did you know at that time when you wrote it that that was not the sperm contribution, that was the epithelial cell contribution?
Well, I don't know if at that time I did or not. Well, basically what I do is I go through them and I read off and write down my results to exactly what I see on the strips. So it might have been at a later time when I went back to analyze it further that I realized that.
When did you go back and analyze it further and realize that?
I don't know.
Did you ever talk about that with any supervisor, the result of September 3rd, 1993?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm sorry?
No.
All right. Did you ever,
Counsel, I've let a lot of cross-examination into this area,
okay.
but it's not directly relevant to the process in this case. I think we've exhausted this.
Can I ask one last question?
One question.
Under the standards of your laboratory, as far as you're concerned, you got the right answer on this mock vaginal swab study with respect to the sperm contribution.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Mr. Yamauchi, you mentioned on redirect examination that DNA tests have been done on mummies.
Yes, I've seen a book published on that subject.
Have you read it?
I've glanced through it.
Have you read articles about it?
May have.
To your knowledge, has a DQ alpha PCR-based test ever been successfully completed on remains of a mummy?
No, I can't say that specifically I read that. I'm not
did-
sure.
Do you think do you recall from what you read whether there would be sufficient DNA in the remains of a mummy to perform a DQ alpha PCR-based DNA test?
Well, I think it's completely possible, but I wouldn't know unless I've actually read that.
Now, you indicated on redirect examination that you had encountered situations before where dark surfaces hide blood?
Well, the background makes it hard to, or doesn't make the blood very obvious.
And that was something that you knew on June 29th when you were examining the sock with Michelle Kessler and Greg Matheson.
Well, certainly we could see that it was a dark colored sock.
But you knew that dark surfaces, in your words, can sometimes hide blood. You knew that.
Yeah, it can make it hard to see.
Now, you testified on redirect examination that yesterday you went back into the laboratory with Greg Matheson and you looked under a stereo microscope to see if yesterday you could see discolorations in the sock under the stereo microscope.
Actually, that was this morning.
Right, did that this morning?
Yes.
You did that with Mr. Sims as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you can't tell this jury anything about whether what you saw under the stereo microscope last night was on the sock on June 29th.
You mean this morning?
Yeah, what you saw this morning was on the sock on June 29th.
No, I wouldn't know that because we didn't have a stereo microscope at the time.
Well, when you examined the sock on June 29th, none of those cutouts that we observed yesterday were there.
No, the sock was intact.
And the place that I pointed out to you on sock A, around the ankle area, would you agree, was about 3/4 of an inch long and about 1/2 an inch wide, cutout area?
I recall something more like a centimeter by 4 centimeters. I believe that's what I said too. I'm not sure though.
Now, you're saying, is it withdrawn? On June 29th, in that area, you did not see any discoloration
Okay, I'm sorry, that's the question. Yet, no, there was nothing that was noticeable.
You did not see that area crinkled or puckered in terms of the material?
To be honest.
Nothing I recall.
And yesterday, as you indicated, there were a number of areas cut out of the sock, correct?
Yes.
And you wrapped it up, you said, on redirect examination and examined the white paper.
Afterwards, the white paper was laying there. I looked at it, yes.
And yesterday, when you looked at the white paper, when you wrapped up the socks with all the cutouts having been made in the sock, you saw no evidence of any reddish material, little particles on the paper.
No, there was nothing obvious. No, I didn't use a stereo microscope, but I just visually looked at it and I didn't see anything.
And on June 29th, when there were no cutouts in the sock in any area, you did not see any reddish particles whatsoever on the white paper.
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Harmon?
Mr.
Yamaguchi, I just have a few questions. We spent about a half hour talking about sperm and epithelial cells and mock vaginal swabs. Okay?
Motion to strike colloquy.
Sustain. Just ask a question.
Mr. Yamauchi, do you have any reason to believe that there was any sperm on 78, the bottom of Mr. Goldman's shoe?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
No,
Do you have any reason to believe that there was any sperm on the defendant's steering wheel where item number 21 was removed from?
Objection beyond the scope of recross and irrelevance.
Overruled.
no,
Do you have any reason to believe that there was any sperm on item 117, the rear gate at Bundy on the outside?
no,
Does the subject of sperm and epithelial cells and differential extraction have anything to do with the work that you performed in this case?
Objection.
Legal ground.
Irrelevance?
Overruled.
the differential extraction process was not performed. We did the regular blood extraction process, so it has nothing to do with the work that I did on this case.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Yamauchi. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Yamauchi, doesn't getting correct results with mixtures have everything to do with the work you did on this case?
It's argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, you want to get correct results.
And if anything, in terms of the arsenal of tools that a forensic scientist has available to sort out mixtures, isn't it easier to do vaginal swabs that are mixtures of sperm and epithelial cells than it is to do blood stains that have contributions from two or more people?
Objection, asked and answered, it's beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Relevant.
I assume this was the last question.
Yes.
Okay, for one thing, if you're talking about the process, this question is actually two questions. If you're talking about the process, the differential extraction is more complicated. So that is harder to perform. But if you're talking about interpretations, mixtures are always difficult. Sexual assault cases, they're inherent in sexual assault cases. So that's a part of that type of work. If you have a mixture with a blood case, the same thing. Interpretations will become more difficult.
Isn't interpretation easier in a sexual assault case because you have the ability to do differential extractions and you can literally visualize the sperm cells under a microscope?
It's irrelevant, it's beyond the scope.
Overruled.
That is an important tool, but because it's not perfect, the same problems exist in interpretation as far as mixtures are concerned.
All right, Mr. Yamauchi, thank you very much, sir. You are excused now as a witness. And Mr. Harmon, do we have Mr. Sims available?
Yes, here, Your Honor.
Mr. Yamaguchi, subject to recall.
Yes, subject to recall.
Can we approach for 1 second?
Sure. With report.
Sample remained in the evidence processing room during the entire subsequent PCR process.
Okay.
That Mr. Yamauchi then sampled the Fitzco card, which had by now dried,
Okay.
and that with each sampling, Mr. Yamauchi placed the sampling in a separate microcentrifuge tube.
Check. What's your objection?
My objection now is that the hypothetical has gone from assuming something generally to asking him to assume that Mr. Yamauchi in particular did certain things in certain ways. And I think that that's,
Okay, that with each sampling, Mr. Yamauchi put the sampling in a microcentrifuge tube and capped it immediately
Okay, as each one is being processed.
as each respective sampling was done.
Okay,
That he never had more than one microcentrifuge tube open at a time during this sampling process.
yes, that's important. Okay.
Based on all the information that I've asked you to assume, can you comment on the likelihood that there was any sample-to-sample cross-contamination if Mr. Yamauchi used those safeguards?
I think it would be extremely unlikely that any cross-contamination would occur. And then I think looking at the key also is to look at any of the results. And if those are negative, then they verify that.
Okay, and I want you to assume then that all the substrate controls tested negatively and add that to the hypothetical. What would that contribute to your opinion on that subject?
Would that include any reagent blanks and that?
Yes, the reagent blanks, all of the negative controls in the PCR processing.
Yes, that would contribute to that opinion.
Okay. Now, what's the significance of Mr. Yamauchi never having more than one microcentrifuge tube open at a time?
Objection.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Is there any significance if you accept the hypothetical about Mr. Yamauchi never having one tube open at a time? What's the significance of
same
that?
objection.
Rephrase the question.
Is it significant that Mr. Yamauchi never had
Rephrase
more
the
than,
question. What's the significance of not having more than one microcentrifuge open at a time? Microcentrifuge tube open at the same time during the course of PCR testing?
Yes, by following that procedure, that makes it such that one tube is not likely to contaminate the contents of another tube. In other words, if you open a tube and you have another tube open, then potentially these things we've talked about, such as aerosol, could occur. But by keeping it one tube at a time, you're not going to see that problem, and you're also less likely to cross-contaminate and mix up samples.
when you say you're not likely, is there any scientific data to support the idea that these amplicons can go through the walls of these tubes?
Oh.
I've never seen anything like that, no.
Is that why those tubes are made of whatever they're made of?
Well, that's why they're made that way, and also they have secure caps on them.
Okay. What is the significance of only working on one coin envelope containing substrate control bindle and a stain bindle at a time?
At this point, asked and answered. He's asked the hypothetical. Now he's going back through each detail of the hypothetical again. And it seems to me that that's cumulative, repetitive. And we did it the last time.
Oh.
Well, the significance of that is that there's less likelihood of any mix-up, and also there's less likelihood of any cross-contamination, because if the sample is all closed up, it will not be contaminated by an open sample,
Because it can't get out?
because it can't get out, basically. It's enclosed.
And the last specific question on this series, what is the significance of, you remember I asked you to assume that Mr. Yamauchi only cut a portion of one of multiple swatches that then went off to the PCR process. What's the significance of holding back all those other swatches, particularly if they're sent to other laboratories to do testing?
Well, the significance of that would be that as when that part of the examination, that initial part of the examination is done cleanly, then that can also be checked by having other laboratories run those particular remaining samples. What you gather from that is that if one were to make the hypothesis that there was some contamination, one would expect that this would be at best, maybe some sporadic contamination. In other words, it's unlikely that all these swatches would all get this bit of contamination. So by having these swatches in reserve, one can check those against the other results.
I want you to assume hypothetically that with respect to Bundy, items 47, these are along the walkway, 48, 50, and 52, based on what I've just represented in the hypothetical, that portions of those swatches were processed by Mr. Yamauchi, starting in serology and then in the way they do it, and that the balance of those swatches were sent to your laboratory or Cellmark. Okay,
Okay.
let's assume that. What would be the significance of the three laboratories producing the exact same DQ alpha typing result? I say three labs, I mean Mr. Yamauchi, LAPD, Cellmark, and DOJ.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Sims, let's go back to, he's cut a portion of the swatch, and then portions of those.
Counsel, you can ask him the general question about the significance of other labs testing the same samples, but we do have the problem of overlap between the witnesses.
I'm
Christie,
sorry, I couldn't hear you.
we have the problem between the overlap of the witnesses.
Okay, assume hypothetically that portions were processed by Mr. Yamauchi and by Cellmark and
Counsel, what's your
DOJ.
approach without the court reporter, please? Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Let's try to get this. Mr. Sims, what's the significance if samples are sent to different labs of each laboratory getting the same test result?
Well, again, by having these multiple swatches and by having different laboratories get the same results, that indicates to me that these are in fact valid results, that there's no evidence at all that contamination occurred.
Okay, are you familiar with the concept of handling, or strike that? Are you familiar with the term of handling a sample downstream in terms of processing things in the PCR process?
Yes, I know what that term means.
Could you describe that for the jury, please?
By processing samples downstream, and I'm working from my left to my right, what I would normally do would be to start with the evidence samples on my left, have those tubes in a rack on my left, and then move in this direction of work so that, for example, the reference samples would be, and reference samples would be like victim and suspect samples, that sort of sample. Those would be downstream in the direction that I'm working. So these would be to my right as I'm working.
And why would you do that?
Well, the concern would be that if you were to have any sort of cross-contamination, you wouldn't want the reference samples to cross-contaminate the evidence. Particularly in a typical case, you're worried about the suspect sample cross-contaminating the evidence samples, for example, in a rape case or something like that.
And so why is processing it downstream a solution to addressing that problem?
Well, because, again, this goes to having one tube open at a time and working in a certain order, that makes it unlikely that any possibility would exist whereby the suspect sample could come back this way into the evidence samples.
Because you've processed it at a later time.
Yes, you processed it at a later time downstream.
And you familiar with the Amplotype user guide?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Mr. Sims, just to revert back for a second, if Mr. Yamauchi consumed all his samples in testing, okay, assume that, all of his samplings in testing,
I would,
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, this PCR process, the way you do it, is it consumptive testing?
Well, one of the advantages of PCR is that you don't have to use up all the sample if that's what you mean. In other words, you can get by with using very little material and still get a result, and that saves some material. It conserves evidence.
Okay, but what you test, you consume?
Yes, what you extract, you consume, except for the portion of the extract that you didn't use for the typing, for example.
So, and just to revert back to my hypothetical, assume that early on cuttings were made and tested and consumed. Okay.
Yes.
And then you later got samples.
Yes, now I understand what your question is. In other words, those samples, those portions of fabric that have been extracted are no longer useful to us. We would need new portions, unextracted portions of fabric.
And you tested different swatches.
Yes, I tested different physical pieces of cloth than the ones that Mr. Yamauchi tested.
Okay. Mr. Sims, quite some time ago, we saw a defense exhibit that attempted to, through a series of hypotheticals and assumptions that you addressed, to quantify amounts of DNA that was present in 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you yourself processed item 117, which was collected from the rear gate at Bundy on July 3rd. Is that true?
Yes, I did.
What is the significance of comparing, to you as a scientist, of comparing how much high molecular weight human DNA is left in the Bundy stains to how much DNA is in item 117 that was collected on July 3rd from the rear gate at Bundy?
Well, I don't think that's a particularly significant comparison because the Bundy samples were clearly the ones that included 47, 48, 49, and 50 were clearly degraded. So a lot of the human DNA would appear to have been degraded in those samples.
Okay, and we'll talk details in a few minutes, but is there anything about the comparison of items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 with 117 in terms of how much DNA there that suggests scientifically that item 117 was not on that gate on June 13th?
objection to the form of that question.
Sustain. Great question.
Is there anything about the comparison or the attempt, I'll withdraw that. What, if anything, is there about Mr. Scheck's hypotheticals, which you were directed to assume numerous things, about the amount of DNA, human DNA, that was in 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, when compared with 117, that relates to whether or not 117 was actually on that rear gate on June 13th?
Sustain.
Is there anything about the amounts of DNA that were contained in those items, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, when compared with 117, that provides any scientific information about whether or not 117 was on that rear gate on June 13th?
Same objection.
Sustain. You can ask whether or not there's any relationship to their relative age.
Is there anything about the amounts of DNA that were contained in those items that I keep numbering to you that suggests how long any of those items were at Bundy? 49, 47, 48, 50, 52, when compared with 117?
No, again, I don't think it's the amounts of DNA that are significant. I think the significance is probably in the collection, the drying process.
Okay. Let's talk about 115, 116, and 117. You've had a chance to examine and process 115 and 116 as well, have you not?
Yes, I did. I processed those 3 samples from the rear gate.
And have you seen photographs of them?
Yes, I have seen some photographs.
Let's take them one at a time. What is there, your observation of the photographs and of 115 and your examination of 115 that might shed some light on how long these things were there?
That calls for speculation. Oh,
My understanding is that it's number 115 that is clearly shown in the photographs from June, and that I used that stain then as a basis to compare it to what I saw in my yields of 115, 116, and 117.
Okay, would you describe what you saw there?
As far as my yields?
Yes, for those 3 items from the rear gate.
Yes, what I calculated is I went back and looked at how much DNA I was getting per each weight of the swatch. In other words, remember we talked about weighing these swatches. And so I looked at the nanograms of DNA that I recovered per each milligram of the swatches that were tested. And the data that I came up with from that was, and this is for number 115, 116, and 117, looking at the high molecular weight DNA on a yield gel, number 115 was 13.5 nanograms per milligram swatch. Number 116 was 13.6 nanograms per 1 milligram swatch. And number 117 was about 27 nanograms per 1 milligram swatch.
So how can you correlate the relative amounts then of those 3 stains to one another?
Well, I'd say they're all in the same ballpark.
Now, in visualizing or seeing the photographs of 115 and 116, what did they look like as they appeared in the photograph that was taken of them that you saw?
Now, this would be 115 and 116.
Just 115 and 116.
Well, could I have that particular photo again just to refresh my memory on that?
I'm not sure.
Make-
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you've also had an opportunity through the hypothetical and through reviewing records to have looked at how much DNA was in item 6 that was over at the Rockingham address, have you not?
Yes, I did.
And item 52, the stain that was processed for RFLP typing that showed a match with Mr. Simpson by cell mark.
Yes.
Okay. And what can you say about the relative amounts of DNA in 6, in 52, and 115, and 116?
Well, it's difficult to compare all those, but what I did is I looked at number 6, again with this nanograms of DNA per 1 milligram swatch, because that was a relatively undegraded sample. And I compared that to, for example, number 52 and some of the other Bundy drops as well. And the calculation that I came up with for number 6, which was the Rockingham drop, was about 6.7 nanograms DNA per 1 milligram swatch. Number 52 was about 2.4 nanograms DNA per 1 milligram swatch. And then the other samples, 47, 48, 49, and 50, that ratio was all those samples, the ratio was less than 1. So those were the very degraded samples, 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Okay, could we, I'm sorry to do this belatedly, but could we write the relative amounts in, is that 287 for identification, Your Honor?
How about if over the lunch hour we have Mr. Sims write that out?
And that'd be, now, Did you also make a comparison, I think you just alluded to the sample, between the kind of DNA that you saw in item number 6 from Rockingham and the kind of DNA that you saw in item 48 along the Bundy Walkway?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you that there was what I felt was significantly less DNA in that 48, that Bundy drop, than in the Rockingham drop.
How do you know that?
Just by doing this type of comparison, and also by looking at the yield gel determination to show that there was a degradation present in that number 48 sample, the Bundy drop. I mean, this was a degraded sample.
And how do you know 48 was degraded?
Well, I could see evidence that there was some bacterial growth on it, for example, that there was high molecular weight DNA of non-human origin, which suggested to me that it was probably bacterial.
Now let's throw in another stain, if you will. Item number 12. Are you familiar with Cellmark's processing of item number 12 from inside Mr. Simpson's residence?
Yes, my understanding is that there was a significant amount of high molecular weight human DNA that enabled them to get an RFLP determination from it.
And have you reviewed those records too to see the kinds of DNA that was present there?
Yes, I believe we did that particular sample very early on in our workup on this case.
And you reviewed actually some of Cellmark's reports on that?
Yes, I'd like a moment to check that because
Sure.
this was, I believe, back in August.
Check, do you want to see what report he's looking at?
Yes, this was on page 4 of my notes from August 13th. I noted that there was high molecular weight DNA in Cellmark sample 08, which was LAPD number 12.
Any signs of degradation?
I didn't note any for that sample. I did note some degradations in some of the other samples.
Okay, any indicators of bacteria?
Again, I don't recall seeing that in that particular sample, but I just looked for the high molecular weight band. That's all the information I have.
Okay, so far we've discussed 115, 116, 117, 6, 52, 48, and 12.
Yes.
Just generally speaking, I don't want to belabor this point. What is the impact of bacteria when it's comes in contact with a fresh blood stain?
Well, the blood stain provides nutrients for the bacteria to grow. So what the bacteria basically feed on that, and then they thrive at the expense of the blood stain is what happens.
And that's why sometimes you can't type stains.
Yes, that's one reason.
Okay. In your observations of 115, 116, and 117 when they were processed by you, did you see any signs of bacterial-caused degradation?
No, I don't recall seeing any bacterial degradation. The type of pattern I did see with the Bundy drops, I don't recall seeing that with those rear gate samples.
Do you want to check just to
Yes,
make sure?
I'd like to review that yield gel just to confirm that. Yes, this is, I'm looking at the results on pages 168 and 170 of my notes. I did not see that type of bacterial degradation pattern on those samples that I did see on the Bundy drops that he subjected to a yield gel.
Okay, assume that item number 12, the Cellmark RFLP result, that was obtained from inside a residence and there was no apparent presence of bacteria. Would those assumptions be consistent with the kinds of results that Cellmark obtained on that sample?
Yes,
Okay, assume further that 52, the drop that was obtained from outside in the driveway at Bundy,
okay.
that's a different surface or substrate than all the ones along the walkway, 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Yes, that is a different substrate.
And are you familiar with the kinds of substrates that those are, those two areas?
I don't mind the general inquiry, but I think no foundation for this question.
I'm going to overrule it because, you know, the jury has been out. They've seen the diagram. They know what the surface is.
understand. I'm just saying, as far as.
All right. Proceed.
Yes, my familiarity is from the scene photographs that I have observed, and I noted there are some differences in the substrates.
And what would those differences be?
Well, particularly with the drops that my understanding are inside the gate, inside the rear gate, that looked like a somewhat soiled, or there's a lot of vegetation around that particular area, whereas 52, my understanding was that was more out by the carport, away from vegetation.
What's the significance of that in terms of the observations that you made about the stains that were inside the gate along the walkway?
Well, again, assuming there was less soil in that particular area, for example, or vegetation, those could be the sorts of sources for bacterial growth. So if 52 was away from that type of substrate, it would most likely suffer less than the Bundy inside drops.
Okay, and what about the proximity of the vegetation along the walkway versus distance of the vegetation from where 52 was collected from?
Your Honor, I think we've now certainly exceeded.
Sustained. Foundation.
Sure. Have you looked at the,
Counsel, I mean, haven't we made the point, the jury's been to the crime scene, they know where the vegetation was, they know where the plant growth was, they know about bacteria effect on the degradation process.
okay, Mr. Fairlow, why don't you hang on? So what effect does bacteria or does this biological material have when we're talking about bacterial-caused degradation of bloodstains?
Well, again, that kind of material could provide the bacteria, for example, that would cause this degradation.
Okay, let's compare the surfaces along the walkway with the painted rear gate that 115, 116, and 117 were removed from. What's the significance of the different kinds of surfaces that pertain to these items and bacterial contamination?
I think this is asked and answered.
Well, again, assuming that those surfaces are away from this type of vegetation and soil, then they would be less likely to be degraded in this process.
What about the painted surface versus the walkway substrate surface?
Well, again, assuming that it's a fairly clean surface, then that would be less likely to have this soil or vegetation on it than something like a walkway near vegetation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. And Mr. Sims, you may step down. You're ordered to return 1 o'clock. And present, the jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Your Honor, just our intention to use the stereo microscope and have Mr. Sims describe what he saw when he looked at these samples or these socks, sometimes in the presence of Mr. Blake, way back in November. So there's nothing new he's going to testify about, but I'm not sure if the court has had a chance to look at it. If you want to go ahead with what we have, I don't have a lot more. I hate to try to predict, but less than 30 minutes, so this might be the time to take it up or just take a break.
All right. Mr. Scheck, any comment? Mrs. Robert?
I'm not sure what,
Mr. Scheck?
I'm not sure what Mr. Harmon is proposing. Is he, in terms of the stereo microscope, is obviously Mr. Sims cannot demonstrate today what he saw under the stereo microscope before he did his cuttings, because he's done his cuttings. He's testified about it. I think it's, I don't see how that's within the scope of the redirect examination at this point.
All right, Mr. Harmon. So your objection is particularly one of scope.
It's one of scope, and it's also the additional one that we'd raised before with respect to trying to use this witness to bolster, in effect, to redirect Mr. Yamauchi on points that were made with Mr. Yamauchi's cross-examination.
To redirect Sims regarding Yamauchi.
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Harmon.
It's Mr. Sims testified in direct examination quite extensively about his examination of the socks and how difficult it was to see them. Then we saw the exciting video of those socks. Mr. Sims was cross-examined by Mr. Scheck about his examination of those socks. I mean, it seems like a whole lifetime ago that happened, so and sometimes I try to block these things out, but I do recall that. What I want him to do, and I think the objection is silly, and it really exalts form over substance, because at the sidebar, I commented, not facetiously, that that's fine. If we're going to exalt form over substance, then I won't do it on redirect, and he'll just stay here whenever Barry's done the cross-examination, and I'll recall him on it. So we have a right to address it, and we have a right to address it, and I'd hope for once we won't exalt form over substance and let us address it while he's on the stand now. I believe it's within the scope of the redirect examination. And I think what you need to appreciate, Your Honor, because if that's the only objection, you either agree with me or you don't, and I'd just like you to know that I will call Mr. Sims whenever he is done with whatever's appropriate in this scheme of things. We do have time before Mr. Kelberg starts on Friday, so we'll be happy to do it whichever way the court chooses, but I don't believe it's beyond the scope of the cross-examination. If you'd like me to get to the substance of the proposed testimony, I'd be happy to do that too.
Would you make me an offer?
Sure. The offer of proof is that Mr. Sims testified in great detail about his examination of the socks. If the court, your court had requested that I provide notes. It's not written up in the report because it's not a reportable event, as a lot of things are not in the final report. But page 117 is a sketch of the socks. And I'm sure you have as much trouble as I do reading Mr. Sims's handwriting, but you can see where he's designated stains that he did typing. and I think I need to couch this in the context of the court's previous rulings on phenolphthalein. It is my understanding that the court ruled that a presumptive test, and in that context it was phenolphthalein alone, would not be, a presumptive positive would not be allowed. And at the point when those discussions took place, we were talking about a single stain and a single spot. And we weren't talking about a blood-spattered item like sock B, 13B is. We were talking about, as I recall, single items where no further testing of those items, because they were single items, existed. And I think, to me, that's a major distinction, because that wasn't before the court at the time. This sock had, the area in question that Mr. Sims, and it's the only one that we want the jury to look at, if you look towards the rear above the ankle of the sock there's a designation of 42B1. And Mr. Sims did these orthotolidine presumptive tests in numerous places on both sides of the socks, focusing on sock B, which is the only sock that we're interested in showing to the jury at this point. Mr. Sims tested 4 areas on the opposite side of the sock that's shown on 117, where he did orthotolidine and did not sample and do further testing. I just say that for background. So there's 4 presumptive positive areas on the flip side of the picture that you see on page 117. That's not what we want to show the jury, Your Honor. But that's background information. On the side that's shown on page 117, there are 3 areas where Mr. Sims did the presumptive positive test, orthotolidine, and no typing was done. We only want the jury to focus on the stain that you see below 42B1. Mr. Sims represents to me that that's approximately 1 centimeter away from the stain that was typed. Now, I know what Mr. Scheck is going to say, and I know what you're thinking about this, Your Honor, but rather than debate
And what is that?
the previous ruling, well, this could be a different stain, or this might not be blood. And by the court's earlier ruling, you've put us in this catch-22 that the only time we could use a presumptive positive test result is when we have then gone on and tested that precise sample to do further confirmatory testing. And the only problem with that is, while that may be safe, that's the time that we could care less about a presumptive positive test, because all of these tests that we do are human-specific. So we've proved by the actual testing or typing results that this is human blood. I think the court needs to view this circumstantially and say, is there some confidence that this sock, which has 7 as yet untested areas that all give positive presumptive results, that also has 3 other areas that have been tested and proven to be consistent with persons involved in this case, is there any reason to exclude this presumptive test? Because we want the jury to see that spot where he did the orthotolidine, because you can see it. You can see it today. They couldn't see it yesterday, but it's here, and they can see all the other spots too.
In other words, you're saying that once we isolate that location, you're going to have Mr. Sims testify that he did a presumptive test, got a positive, and that if you look at that same exact spot under the stereo microscope, that you'll see reddish crystalline objects consistent with being blood. Is that what you're saying?
I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but words to that effect, Your Honor. Yes, that's it.
Let's see the microscope.
This is here.
Does this, excuse me just a second, does this need an external light source?
No.
My, I don't know quite how to respond to this for a few reasons. And my suggestion is that if Mr. Harmon wants to put on this testimony and essentially talk about new examinations and test results with respect to the sock, the phenolphthalein, and the new observations by Mr. Sims that are not recorded in his notes, I don't know, under the circumstances, whether we would object on the usual grounds that it's just a presumptive test. I don't know. And the reason I don't know is that Dr. Lee has examined these socks, as the court knows, and I would want an opportunity to consult with him about what this means in the context of these socks, certainly before there's cross-examination about what would be new matter. And I'm not even sure that I would necessarily object to the presumptive test. I don't know until I consult with him in the overall scheme of things with respect to the sock. But it seems to me that this goes way beyond anything I discussed in cross-examination. It goes into the whole area of presumptive testing. And I would take it that Mr. Englert's going to testify in this case for the prosecution, a crime scene reconstruction person who's going to be discussing the sock and the rest of it. And all this information goes to that. So I'm not in no position to evaluate it now, and it seems to me that it's inappropriate all of a sudden on the redirect examination to bring all this new matter in, new observations, new test results, some of which are presumptive tests, really are presumptive tests, which the court has previously made a ruling on. I can't even assess it, much less cross-examine on it. So it would be my position that he should call him at another time if he wants to introduce this. And in fact, I could even make it easier, because if I get an understanding, and it's a little unclear to me exactly what it is, but if we can get an understanding as what it is he's observed, where he's observed it, what his test results are, and I can consult with my experts, I may not have that presumptive objection. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but I may not. So I can't assess this, and it's unfair to raise this now on redirect. I really can't assess it.
All right, Mr. Harmon, do you have the item available to examine?
Sure, we do. Can I just respond? There's nothing new. These are observations that he's made. He examined these socks with the stereo microscope before. When you look at it again, I guess you could call it new, but you're looking at the old thing anew. And while he's not prepared, that sounds like a sad reflection on the fact that they don't want this to come out. And I don't blame them for not wanting it to come out, Your Honor, but it's either within the scope or it's not. And if it's not, Mr. Sims will be happy to stay here and recall him as soon as he leaves the seat. And that's not going to preclude us from the reality in those socks being shown to the jury for the first time. It shouldn't be allowed, Your Honor. And his lack of preparation, while that may be a sad commentary, I don't think it's a sincere commentary.
I don't think you should comment on the lack of preparation about any counsel involved here.
Those were his words, Your Honor.
Well, that's assuming that some of this testing is new.
Well,
Mr. Sims, would you set up the microscope so I can look at this sock and see what's there? Need another box of large. All right. Yeah, why don't you give me the bucket?
Located the stain that we've
All right.
alluded to that's on page 117.
Check, you want to take a look?
Whatever that's worth.
Not much, but I'd like to.
Using-
How much adjustment of that is necessary for individuals to look at it?
Little focus. Right.
The main knob? Or is there a fine tuning? All right. Mr. Darden? Mr. Blazier? All right, Mr. Bancroft, would you go to the seal, please? No photography, please.
Sims, you might want to take a look at. Mr. Sims informs me that there is yet another stain where actual testing was done on this same sock that he'd be happy to show everybody to provide an alternative where both the orthotolidine and PCR testing were done. Okay.
And then
All right, counsel. Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd propose it's the same presumptive test that was done elsewhere. It's confirmed in numerous other areas. I'd like the jury to see both of them. I realize how subtle they are, but that's either on his redirect or direct examination part two. And I haven't heard a legal objection. Mr. Scheck and I discussed, and he was not aware that these are not new tests. Nothing new has been done. This is all old stuff that's in the lab notes that were turned over in the first report, I believe, in January.
Right,
So
and the lab note that you have that you've shown to the court has a date of November 94.
yes, Your Honor.
My confusion only was that there was mention of with Mr. Yamauchi of other new tests being done in unnamed areas with Mr. Matheson and/or Mr. Sims. I don't know how that relates to any of this, and maybe they can inform us.
But the thing that is of interest at this point is what is being offered is something that is historic rather than new.
Well, if it, then there are two. Then there are these issues. Number one, should phenolphthalein results, presumptive or otolidine results, presumptive tests, be permissible with respect to the testimony concerning those areas? That would be one issue. Another issue has to do with how are we going to preserve what we all just saw, which, if we all had to describe what we just saw, I think that there might be some significant differences. Mr. Harmon concedes it's subtle.
Well, Mr. Sims, is there a photo adapter for this microscope available?
I have to check with LAPD on that.
Dr. Lee took pictures of these socks, so we've never seen them.
My
I
point-
I saw him do that.
With the stereo microscope?
Through a microscope. I stand corrected. Yes, the device that's on that photo board, Dr. Lee took photos of the socks.
All right, well, the issue Mr. Scheck raises is a good one. How do we preserve this?
How do we preserve any consumed sample?
No.
No, that's,
I don't make that as a facetious question. Since the jury is going to look at this, is there a way that we can preserve what the jury is being shown, assuming I let you do this? I was just asking, I assume that you know whether or not we can attach a photo adapter to this microscope.
if that's the only condition that we can do it under, we'll,
I know one can, and that really is one of my points, that
All right.
before we go through this, at some point in time, if we go through it, that there certainly should be some way to preserve the record, because particularly since other people from our side would then want to observe what this looked like at this point in time with these socks after all the subsequent handling and testing that have gone on, since in particular Dr. Lee looked at them in February. So that's my point. We have a serious issue here of making the record. And there is the presumptive point. And frankly, my cross-examination of Mr. Sims on the sock examination was limited to what he could see with his naked eye. And I believe his testimony was that every stain he cut out for testing he could see with his naked eye. And those were the points I made with him, and that was it. So I think that this is,
Beyond the
again,
scope.
yeah.
All right.
on this photography stuff, I don't remember us taking pictures of the glove when it came out. I don't remember us taking pictures of the knit cap. I'm not sure that's
No,
illegal.
counsel, the problem is, that's real evidence that the jury gets to look at, correct? But this is something that they will not be able to look at in the jury room in this form.
Well, they could. They could do that.
Not easily. I think it would be interesting, were I the finder of fact, to be able to preserve what it is that I see there. Now, what I see there is an ultra-fine weave, appears to be a synthetic material because of its shininess, obviously not cotton. There appear to be these little reddish spherical items interspersed within these small weavings, and they appear to be dispersed over an area to the top of what I saw there, not in the center. It would be nice if we could preserve that. I just asked, can we do that? That's not a condition.
That's,
We're working on that, Your Honor.
that's what we're doing right now, Your Honor. We're checking. At a minimum, what we could do at this
But I
moment,
have to say, since we found out that LAPD doesn't have video cameras, they may not have photo adapters.
Maybe someone will donate them when they hear that, you know?
well, I was going to suggest at a minimum, Your Honor, to save time, is that what we could do is take a photograph of the position of the sock under the microscope to preserve the positioning so that it could be repositioned again when we have the photo adapter, and then take the photograph that would preserve the view, so that we wouldn't waste any time.
All right.
And we could do that at this moment.
All right, the other issue is whether or not I should allow testimony regarding the presumptive testing on the sock. All right, two issues. Can the prosecution present a view of the sock to the jury at this time on redirect examination of Mr. Sims? Clearly, the issue presented to the jury, one of the issues is whether or not blood could be seen on the sock at the time that it was examined. First of all, at the time that it was picked up on June the 13th. Also at the time that Mr. Matheson, Mr. Yamauchi, and Ms. Kessler did their inventory on June the 29th. The issue then being how the blood may or may not have been deposited on that sock. So clearly the issue is before the jury. What you can and can't see on a dark colored sock is clearly an issue before the jury. So this testimony has been gone into, this questioning has been gone into by both sides with Mr. Sims, so I find it an appropriate questioning within the scope of the redirect examination. So I'll allow the microscopic examination. Next question is whether or not the court should allow the results of presumptive testing with regards to the sock. I don't think that that lends anything to the finder of fact here, because the issue is, can you see blood on it, not whether or not the presumptive testing was done. So what I'll allow is the exhibition of both spots on the sock that you've just shown to the court, and will forego any testimony regarding presumptive testing at this time. All right, that's the court's ruling.
If there's other testing, though, Your Honor, of conventional or DNA quality.
Why don't you let Mr. Harmon address this?
Your Honor, I believe on the second area that we showed, that we have complied with the court's
All right,
earlier ruling.
if the second area is a place that was tested presumptively and then tested with a confirmation test, which the PCR test I assume is, then I'll allow that. That's the court's ruling that I made 2 months ago. All right.
But my concern remains about, I would insist, frankly, since I know it's possible, whether they have the equipment or not is another issue, I would insist that we have a contemporaneous record through a photograph of exactly, through this enhanced view, what everybody saw and when they saw it. And that's particularly important if defense experts are going to get on the stand and comment on what the jury has already seen. How can they do it without a record, particularly if the socks are then put back in the bag and handled again? Without question, those areas will change.
Ms. Martinez?
Mr. Matheson, Kessler, I'm available at the moment, and Mr. Yamaguchi, they're trying to contact Mr. Yamaguchi.
I just contribute that these stains are still here in spite of Dr. Lee rolling them inside out. That was pretty rough treatment he gave them
Well,
back
Mr.
in
Harmon,
February.
Mr. Harmon, that's not the issue. The issue is, can we preserve this
Sure,
so that their experts can take a look at it? If it's possible, I'd like to do that.
sure, and we'd be happy to. I was just responding to that. You know.
Okay. All right, it's not necessary. Mr. Fairlow, let's see if you can, how close to fine view through the viewer you can get.
There are, if this is any assistance, there are devices which attach to these microscopes.
I know, I
They
have
keep-
one I have one at home. If I had known, I would have brought it with me.
And there are problems here in terms of being able to get the stereo view.
I understand.
And if it helps, it was my recollection that we had asked at one point whether they had such devices available at the LAPD. In fact, I think the court recalls this discussion. And I
recall we had this discussion because some Dr. Lee or somebody had to rent a microscope for one
yes,
of our...
and
I recollect that.
so my recollection is that, and I don't hold me to it, is that we may be in a futile search at LAPD to get the device that's necessary to create this documentation.
Well, what we may have to do is draw a pencil outline of that sock and the way it is, and I'll have to have the bailiff sit here all night and guard the sock till we get a microscope.
Take care of it.
Any chance that'll focus through the eyepiece?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's proceed with the testimony, and we'll...
Your Honor, we'll consider you also, you have an expert here. And if he's the one who positions the sock, he can make notes as to where he positioned it, and then have...
Oh, I understand that. I understand that. But I'm just trying to do this as easily as possible. But my proposal is that we go forward. Mr. Sims was able to locate these places on the basis of his notes. I feel confident in his ability to do that. My concern is the concern that Mr. Scheck raises, because obviously these are things that can eventually break off or powder off. And I just like to get it as close to what we have now that the jury is going to see. Does that make sense?
So, yes, we're working on it now, Your Honor. But I do have confidence actually that if they survive, if this particular stain has survived this long, it's not going anywhere.
Well, I'm glad you're confident about that, but I'm just a little more cautious. If we can get it photographed this afternoon, that's what I'd like to do.
Mr. Sims informs me, if we wait a few minutes, he believes he has a micro photograph of that B2 stain before the sampling was done. And we're trying to locate that right now. If that's
What they have, and that's what they ought to use, because that's the best evidence.
No, I think maybe the jury can see it. I'm just concerned if we can compare the photograph with what we can see here. But my inclination right now, Mr. Harmon, which one of these stains do you want to proceed with? Because what we'll have to do is have the jury cycle through, and I'm going to encourage them to take as much time as they want. So
Sure.
pick the one you want to show first.
the one without the cutout, which is below B1.
All right. Mr. Sims, would you position that for us, please, right now? A little large. Sure.
How's this going to work? So he'll position the microscope, all right? The jury will come down, they'll take a look. We'll then put a guard here. How am I going to?
No, I'm being facetious, counsel. I'm sure we can find a photo adapter for a microscope between now and 5 o'clock.
Well, then let me go on. This will end at some point, and I'll be able to get up and ask Mr. Sims some questions. We're going to have to leave it there like that.
No. I think Mr. Sims was able to locate the first spot on the sock by referring to his notes and other landmarks that are on the sock. I mean, there is a regular pattern to the sock, and there's regular decorative interweavings in the sock. He can locate those items and refocus for us. And we won't roll them up, we'll just fold them and put them back into the bag today. And Mrs. Robertson will keep custody of them, if we can't accomplish that by 5 today.
No,
I note your objection. All right. All right, Deputy Magnera, let's have the jury, please.
Start with this right now. I can do it. Okay.
When the jury comes by, that the counsel table be cleared of all notes and papers.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right, let the record reflect, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, let the record reflect that all of our jury members have again joined us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies to you for the longer than normal lunch hour back there. I had some evidentiary issues that I had to rule upon before some items are shown to you, and we had to set some of the physical evidence up to show you. All right, Mr. Gary Sims is again on the witness stand undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Harmon. Good afternoon again, Mr. Sims.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Sims, you were, sir, are reminded you were still under oath, and Mr. Harmon, you may continue with your redirect examination.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have marked as People's 287 for identification, the chart that we made up over the lunchtime.
Yes.
Reflect, I've given a copy to counsel. Mr. Sims, what I'd like to do is just to recap with the chart that you helped prepare with us over the weekend, or over the lunch hour.
Okay.
Okay. What I want to do is just kind of discuss your numbers real quickly in the groups from which these stains were collected, namely 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Okay.
Okay? Could you tell us what your figures were for 47?
For 47, it was 0.9 nanograms DNA per 1 milligram swatch.
Okay.
So 47 is 0.9.
Yes.
And 48
That is 0.6,
and 49
0.1,
and 50.
0.53.
And in parentheses, you have slot blot there. That's the method that you use to estimate the amount of DNA?
Yes, that was a determination of the total amount of human DNA.
And if you look at the monitor, I just want you to look at the area that these were collected from. That's 47.
Okay,
48,
okay,
49,
okay,
50,
okay.
okay. And substrate looks comparable in those four,
Yes,
okay? And then 52, what sort of estimation did you come up with 52, the one from out in the driveway?
that was 2.4 by the slot plot also.
Okay, that reflects your quantification from 287
Yes,
by the slot plot method again?
yes.
Okay. That looks like a different kind of surface.
Yes, I would say that that appears to be a different surface than the earlier ones.
Okay, and then with respect to 6, what was your quantification of item 6 from the Rockingham address?
That was 6.7.
And how did you estimate that?
Well, that was based on the high molecular weight from a yield gel blot where we actually tested the DNA for human content.
And what's the correlation between estimating it in the way you did number 6 versus 47, 48, 49, and 50?
Well, with some of those other samples in that Bundy series, some of those were subjected to just the yield gel analysis, and we could see this degradation pattern that appeared to be from bacterial contamination.
And 6 looks like a different surface.
Yes, that driveway looks different.
Okay, let's move to, I've asked you to assume hypothetically the 12 was on an indoor floor, and we're looking for that photograph now. But let's shift to 115, 116, and 117. Okay, and what are your estimations on the amount of DNA in those 3 samples?
Number 115 was 13.5. Number 116 was 13.6. And number 117 was 27.
Mr. Sims, does that look like one of the photos that you've seen for 115, 116, 117?
Yes, I believe I've seen that photo or a similar photo before.
Okay, and let's show you a close-up of that. Does that look like one of the other photos you've seen?
Yes.
I think it looks like these are July 3rd photos.
Yes. What board is this from?
Exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right.
Let's see so far.
Move on to 53D then. It's a photograph of 116. 53E, it's a photograph of 117 from outside. 53F, it's a close-up photograph of 117. You seen those photographs before?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to put up 48A, Your Honor, the perspective of the walkway, which includes numbered stains that Mr. Sims has seen individual photos of. You recognize that, Mr. Sims?
I think this is the first time I've seen this perspective photograph.
At this point, I think it's, the jury's seen it, it's foundational at this point to ask him to comment on
Redundant.
photographs he hasn't even seen.
Redundant, 352.
352 and foundational objection at this point.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. Mr. Sims, I want you to assume now, we've talked about, you've seen the areas that these things were collected from, you've commented on the differences in substrates. I want you to assume that items 115, 116, and 117 were collected on July 3rd, 1994, okay?
Okay.
And they were, that a criminalist was specifically directed to collect those stains, okay?
Okay.
That those stains were collected in the same fashion as the stains were collected on June 13th at Bundy, okay?
Okay.
They were taken directly to the lab to dry,
Okay.
that they were in,
Object to any more questions along this line because there's, on foundational grounds with respect to the absence of testimony.
All right, that's premature then. Proceed.
that they were in the plastic bags, which the other items which were collected on June 13th were originally placed in for a shorter period of time.
Overruled.
No foundation.
Overruled.
Okay?
Okay.
Now, you've talked about bacteria getting in there and chewing up the human DNA. If there was no bacteria on the gate, as opposed to the bacteria that you saw at the Bundy crime scene,
Objection to this form of this foundationally in terms of this hypothetical. Oral.
I'll withdraw that. You saw no signs of bacterial contamination or degradation in 115, 116, and 117, right?
That's correct. I didn't see that pattern that we did see in some of the other Bundy, in some of the Bundy drops.
Okay. Is it surprising that you see the amount of human DNA that you do in 115, 116, and 117, given the assumptions I've just asked you to make?
No. Objection to the form of that question calls for
Sustained.
speculation.
Is there
Raise
any,
the question.
is there anything remarkable about the amounts of DNA that you see in 115, 116, and 117, given that you don't see any bacterial caused degradation?
Same objection.
Sustained. Raise the question.
You didn't see any bacteria in 115, 116, and 117.
I saw no evidence of that bacterial degradation pattern, no.
Okay, and what is the significance of that, not seeing any bacterial degradation in light of the amount of DNA that you saw?
Objection to the form of that question.
Overruled.
Well, the significance that I see in this is that there's no evidence of the kind of massive bacterial contamination of these samples that was seen in some of the other Bundy samples. So in other words, I don't see the evidence of that. So it's not surprising to me that we recovered a good amount of DNA out of these samples to work with.
And if 115, 116, and 117 were in fact there on June 13th and there was no bacterial-induced degradation, would you expect to see what you saw when you analyzed those samples?
Yes, that's a reasonable expectation.
You have reviewed Mr. Matheson's notes and the conventional serological testing that he performed on 115, 116, and 117, have you not?
Yes, I've seen that run sheet.
Okay. Are the conventional serology results obtained by Mr. Matheson with respect to 115, 116, and 117 similar?
To each other, yes, they are.
When I say similar, I mean to each other within the three samples.
Yes.
And what markers did Mr. Matheson test those three samples for?
He tested for EAP and also PGM.
Now, we've heard a lot about EAP, and I don't intend to go into that with you. But what form of test did Mr. Matheson use for PGM, the marker PGM?
I'm sorry, a little more, could you give me a little more information?
Sure. Do you know what kind of test he performed for the PGM marker in those three stains?
Yes, this was protein electrophoresis.
And did he perform PGM subtyping?
Yes, it was actually a PGM subtyping system.
Okay. In your years of doing conventional serology, both for prosecutors and defendants, is that a marker that you've tested frequently?
Yes, very often.
And did you keep abreast, and do you keep abreast of the scientific literature about the PGM marker?
Yes.
What can you tell us about the term is the term persistence of some technical significance in this area?
Yes, that's a term that's used to describe how long a period of time and what kind of conditions a sample, such as blood, could be exposed to, and you could still get a typable result.
And could you tell us what you are aware of from the scientific literature about the persistence of the PGM marker based on the scientific literature?
Yes, it's as far as enzymes are concerned, we would consider it a fairly stable marker. In typical laboratory studies, laboratory prepared blood stains, it might persist for something like a month, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. Now, this is at room temperature.
And those are, you said, laboratory prepared stains.
Yes.
Could you tell us what that means?
Well, what that generally means is that somebody takes a fresh blood sample, puts it on something like a clean cotton swatch material, and then just lets it sit at ambient conditions, usually indoors.
And what's the range on this that the studies have shown that the PGM marker persists under those conditions?
Well, again, it would go from something like about a month out to maybe several months, something like that. It's a fairly broad range.
What can you tell us about, you've told us that the results are comparable for all three stains, is that right?
Yes, the results as reported by Mr. Matheson were all comparable.
And when you say comparable, can you tell us what results were obtained?
Well, for all of the PGM samples, no activity was observed.
What does that mean?
That means that you don't see any of these bands on the gel. You look in the lane where that sample was run and you don't see any of the bands.
Does that mean that the marker did not persist in the way you described it a little bit ago?
Yes, it's gone off or lost its activity. And again, that assumes that the test was performed correctly and the standards give the proper results, and they appear to in this case.
What sorts of things have an impact on this losing the activity for the PGM marker?
Well, again, sometimes with proteins, a lot of different biochemical reactions can take place, such that it'll be degraded to a point where it may just lose its activity altogether. Or what usually happens is, especially with PGM, it goes through a series of reactions until it gets weaker and weaker, and then it's just no longer detectable.
What's the impact of just time alone on a stain that's been allowed to dry?
Well, with time, any stain and not unpreserved, in other words, left in the environment, the ambient environment, it'll get to the point where it's no longer typable.
What about sunlight?
Yes, sunlight could have an effect on something like that.
Or what kind of effect?
Well, again, it would no longer be typable.
And the EAP results that Mr. Matheson obtained on those three samples, 115, 116, and 117, what were they?
Again, no activity was detected.
Do these comparable results that were produced for all three of the stains, do they support those stains being on the same substrate in the same environment for a comparable period of time?
Yes, I mean, again, within broad limits, but yes, they all look the same as far as the PGM results.
And if testimony is shown that 115, item 115 was on that gate on June 13th, are the comparable results that you've just described consistent with the other two stains having been on the gate on June 13th?
No. Objection to the foundation of that hypothetical.
Sustained.
Good. Is there anything about your review of Mr. Matheson's testing and your review of all of the data in testing for 115, 116, and 117 support the conclusion that those three stains were on that gate on June 13th?
Objection to the form of that question.
Sustained.
Is there anything in your review of Mr. Matheson's testing and your actual testing on 115, 116, and 117, which is inconsistent with those three stains being on the rear gate on June 13th?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything, is there in your reports which may be construed as undermining the fact that those three stains, 115, 116, and 117, were on the rear gate on June 13th, 1994?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Harmon, the problem I'm having is the assumption of June the 13th. There's some comparability as far as age or activity. If you can draw from those conclusions, I'll allow that.
That's what I was
The problem
attempting.
is the assumption about the age, that specific date is the assumption that I'm having problems with.
Is there anything about your observations, the testing of those three stains that your lab did, as well as your review of Mr. Matheson's test results, which is inconsistent with those stains being on the gate for the same period of time?
I found nothing inconsistent.
And same question, but let's make that same period of time begin June 13th.
Objection to that.
Foundation.
Mr. Sims, is there anything that you've seen in your review of Mr. Matheson's test results on 115, 116, and 117, combined with the actual testing and review of those three stains yourself, which is inconsistent with those stains being on that gate for a period of 2 to 3 weeks?
Hold.
I found nothing inconsistent with that.
Mr. Sims, it's time that we finish and talk about the socks, okay?
Okay.
You don't have any idea when the stains you tested on those socks were deposited there, do you?
That's correct.
You know from the test results that there were many stains, is that true?
Yes.
You know from your test results they were from more than one person.
Sustained.
Do you know from your test results that they were from more than one person?
Still leading.
Oral.
Yes.
Do your test results include Nicole Brown and Mr. Simpson as possible sources on sock A?
That's correct.
Do your test results include Nicole Brown from among the three reference samples as a possible source on sock B?
That's correct.
You previously described numerous microscopic stains on sock B between the two stains that you typed as being consistent with Nicole Brown. Is that correct?
Yes, within that area of the sock, yes.
Those about a dozen?
Something like that, yes.
And you previously described that there was no apparent blood which soaked through from 13A1 to the opposite side of that sock?
Your Honor, I
Sustained. That's leading.
want to get on with this. It's all leading.
Was there any apparent blood which soaked through to the opposite side of the major stain that you tested from Greg Matheson's cutout at 13A1?
Oh,
Well, again, when I laid that sock out and looked at it, I didn't see any evidence for that.
In your opinion, you strike that, you've looked, and we're going to look at the socks through the microscope, but how many hours did you scan these socks using the microscope for?
It would be very difficult for me to estimate that, but many hours, I would say many hours looking through the microscope and then also looking at them macroscopically.
Having spent many hours looking at the various stains and keeping in light the results that you've produced, your typing results, when the blood which you've typed as being consistent with Nicole Brown appears dry, okay?
Okay.
Is it just as difficult to see as the blood that you've typed consistent with Mr. Simpson's blood?
Objection to that hypothetical.
sustained. Rephrase the question.
You've produced two different sets of typing results on these socks, is that correct?
Yes.
Some you've typed consistent with Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
some you've typed consistent with Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Having spent those many hours looking at those stains, do the stains that type consistent with Nicole Brown, do they look any differently than the stains that you type consistent with Mr. Simpson?
Objection to foundation, and it's vague as to what stains what place. Oral.
I didn't note any difference, no.
So of the two different typing results that you produced, were they equally difficult to visualize?
Seems facts not in evidence in terms of what's visualized.
Sustained.
Is there any scientific reason to believe that Mr. Simpson's blood is more difficult to see than Nicole's blood on those socks?
Rephrase the question.
Are you aware of any scientific principle which would explain why Mr. Simpson's blood might be more difficult to see than Nicole Brown's blood when you look at those socks?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of any scientific literature that says one person's blood is more difficult to see on a pair of black socks than another person's?
Objection.
Oral.
No, I'm not aware of any such literature.
Mr. Sims, let's talk about the socks and specifically sock B at this point.
Okay.
In the many hours that you looked at sock B, you performed several samplings of sock B, is that correct?
Yes.
How many different cuttings did you make of sock B which led to typing results?
There were 2 stains cut out on B that led to typing results.
And those were stains which typed consistent with Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Those are 42B1, or your number 42B1?
Yes.
This is from sock 13B, and your number 42B2?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct you, do you have your sketch in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And have you set up sock B here on an area that was of interest to you that you noted when you examined these socks on November 11th, 1994?
Yes.
And without going into any processing about that specific stain, would you tell us how you located it without talking about any testing, and what you were able to see back in November?
Well, I was examining it under the stereo microscope, and I was documenting where the reddish stains were.
And how many reddish stains did you document just on the side that we're looking at? It's reflected on page 117 in your notes.
Well, again, it was about a dozen. I haven't counted them again, but it's in that area of a dozen.
These are in addition to the 2 stains that you've described as having type B1 and B2?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And then at some point, did you flip the sock over and visualize other reddish areas on the other sock?
Well, on the other side of that sock, yes.
I'm sorry, the other side.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this sketch projected or marked as 288 and projected on the Elmo?
All right, People's 288. And how about a foundational question or two about the date that this was prepared?
Mr. Sims, what date did you do this work that's reflected on page 117?
The actual sketch was made on November 11th of 1994, and then I went, and it says in the middle of the page, I went back and noted some additional stains on November 21st of 1994.
Okay, may I put that on the Elmo, Your Honor? What I'd like to do, Mr. Sims, I think we've covered both sides of the sock now. You saw 4 on the opposite side of the sock, 2 stains that you typed, and then 12 other little areas on the side that's on 288, the sketch, right?
Yes, about 12.
Okay, and you have already set up the stereo microscope on one of those areas, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, could we have that up too? And could you help, Jonathan, we want to put an arrow that points out the area on the sock that the stereo microscope is focused on at this point.
Okay, where,
Okay, well, Mr. Sims, can you step down and help direct Jonathan to this? Okay, is that arrow in the correct place?
yes.
Okay, and now, go ahead, you can have a seat again. Could we capture that, Your Honor?
Please. Please.
Thank you. It'd be 288A.
Yes, 288A.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sims, you've looked at the sock this morning under the stereo microscope that's before me on the council table, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Before you looked at the, or strike that, is what that arrow is pointing to, is that visible to the naked eye?
It's only visible to the naked eye under special, if you illuminate it strongly and get the proper illumination, you can sort of see the discoloration.
Okay, and you reviewed this sock B this morning to locate the area on 288A that we just showed on your sketch there?
Yes,
Does it look the same as it did when you looked at it back in November of 94?
I don't notice any difference. It appears to be similar.
Your Honor, at this point,
Mr. Sims, what do you see at this location?
At this particular location, I see some reddish staining. It's almost like a fine powder that's over the black fibers that are present, and you can see that under the microscope. You can see well the difference between the reddish area of the stain against the background.
and have you seen that reddish staining in other areas, for example, in an area 42B2 that we'll have the jury look at later on?
Yes, it's a similar type of staining on this particular item throughout.
Does it look like blood?
Yes, it looks like blood.
Okay.
Chairman, suggestion that if we're going to, we have a plan here, but I would request that maybe we do we elicit the foundation as to both places for observation and then just do it seriatim?
Yeah, but we're going to take a break in between.
Okay.
So, all right. Let's start with juror number 1492. We'll start at the end of the queue this time. Let's have 1492 come forward, take a look. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll just bring you up here one at a time to look through the stereo microscope. Take your time. Don't feel rushed. Up so that we can come on up. Thank you. Have any difficulty seeing this, Mr. Sims? Can you fine adjust that? Why don't you step down in case any of the witnesses, excuse me, any of the jurors need assistance in seeing that? The gate there for 160. That all of our jurors and alternates have had the opportunity to view this particular portion of this particular SOC. And Mr. Harmon, you wanted to display one other location?
Yes, Your Honor. The logistics, could we approach that?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for about 20 minutes just so we can change the location that the microscope looks at. So please remember my admonitions to you, and we'll bring you out as soon as we have that reposition for you to look at. All right? All right, we'll take about 20 minutes. Is that was macro photography, not micro photography.
Well, and that was Dr. Blake's choice. I mean, he's made a lot of choices in this case that I don't need to reiterate. That was his choice.
Let me ask Mr. Simpson another technical question. What kind of camera did you use to do this?
That was just a 35 millimeter camera that's mounted on the actual stereo microscope.
That's just one of those T-tube mounts on the microscope?
Yes, something like that.
So any single lens reflex that will work with that?
Yes, I think you might have to get a mount for that particular camera.
Mr. Scheck, any reason that Dr. Blake didn't avail himself of that?
Well,
Since his photographs, the ones that I've seen, also appear to be 35 millimeter
but
in
the
origin.
point is the court made is that these are macro photographs. I can only go on what he gives me and what, and we requested to see what their photographs were. And the point is that if we knew that they were taking extensive micro photographs and saw what those were in contrast to the macro photographs and what points could be made, then, we can anticipate that and deal with it and take other photographs. But the point is that right now they want to draw lots of inferences from a micro photograph, and we don't have an opportunity. And you can even see from the photographs taken with right now that there are 5 different photographs, and they all look remarkably different in terms of the exposures of light and everything else, in terms of looking at the stain that the jury just saw. One of them is very red, the other one isn't so red, the one is in between. And we asked for it, they're the ones that resisted it, so that we could see if there was real comparability with the photographs. When it became clear that we wanted to use photographs with the witness, we were in the position where we gave them everything. So it seems to me that at this point in time, to proceed in this fashion is just unfair surprise. And it's not something that, we're fairly in a position to assess. Frankly, I think the points are made without this. And we weren't in a position to get comparable documentation by the way that they proceeded.
Can I respond just briefly on?
Sure.
Just 2 points. It's very difficult to have a fair and open discussion of this when Blake hasn't been in this courtroom for months and months. So for Mr. Scheck to say,
I don't think he's ever been here.
I thought he was before I ever came here. That must have been a out-of-body experience I had.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cochran, has Dr. Blake ever been here?
Not that I can recall.
I expect to be in a bar in Berkeley and have him come up and introduce himself someday. Because I have no idea what the man looks like.
I won't touch that, Your Honor.
All right.
He was here during the Griffin hearing.
Well, I don't recollect him.
I saw him on television, Your Honor.
Did he testify?
Yeah, that's, I
Right.
think he was advising me.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, Your Honor, they did have notice. He's there. Gary records when he's there. He was there during this. The fact that they chose not to pursue this, I mean, we've weighed things. They've never weighed swatches before. The
All right,
whole-
you've made that point already, Mr. Hart.
Okay, so they were on actual notice. And the second point is to say that somebody could draw unfair inferences from that photograph ignores the fact that this is one we don't have to pretend there's no presumptive test on. We have a presumptive test and we have a PCR test. There's no pretending that that's not human blood on there. That is clearly proven by the test results. The inference that one draws is that you can find human blood when you can't even see it, which is the whole materiality of that photograph. There's nothing unfair about that inference. If Dr. Blake chose to ignore that, that's one thing. They were on actual notice, and there's nothing unfair. That's the missing piece that was the subject of the testing for 42B2 in this case, Your Honor.
All right. Well, the inference that I draw from this discussion is that Dr. Blake was present when Mr. Sims was conducting this part of this examination, that he had microscopic access to the sock and had access to, and was able to take whatever photographs that he chose at that time. So the objection will be overruled. All right, let's have the jury, please.
That's with the second jury showing there.
All right. Your choice. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Sims, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, let the record reflect Gary Sims is again on the witness stand undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Harmon. And Mr. Harmon, you may conclude your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sims, were you present when photographs were taken of the first area that we showed on your sketch of the sock B?
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Okay, and have you had a chance to look at the photographs that were taken?
Yes, I have.
What kind of device was that was used to take the photographs?
Well, it was a Polaroid camera that's mounted onto the microscope to take a photomicrograph.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd request to have marked a series of 5 photographs, 289, do we have to? A through F, E. May I mark them on the back, Your Honor? Mr. Sims, I'd like to show you these photographs in 289A through E. Are those photographs which were taken of the first area on SOC 13B and the area that you focused the stereo microscope on?
Yes.
And we're starting with A. Can you just general or strike that? Why do the photographs look a little bit different, each one of them, from the other?
Well, the differences occur because there are differences in the exposure time. So in other words, you get a little less or a little more light, and so what you try to do is get the best exposure.
And does that change in exposure, does that change the color in any way?
It can have an effect on the color balance with Polaroid film.
And do you see in each and every one of those photographs, 289A through E, do you see the area that looked reddish, that looked like blood when you examined the SOC 13B through the stereo microscope?
Yes.
Okay, could you start with the clearest of those photographs?
Okay.
Which one's the clearest one to you?
I think A is sharp. Some of them are very similar, but A is fine.
Okay. Could I put them up on the Elmo, or just going to put one of them up on?
Just one. Since this is a photograph of something the jurors have seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Putting 289A on the Elmo. Mr. Sims, I'm going to ask you to step down here, and if you can, circle the area that is of interest to you on that photograph 289A. Okay, may we capture that, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that's 289A1.
289A1.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and have a seat, Mr. Sims. Your Honor, I'd like to pass the photographs to the jury.
I'm just a little reluctant time-wise because the jurors had the opportunity to look at this, Mr. Harmon, and they can see this on the screen.
Okay. One, Your Honor, 289A.
The jurors have each had the opportunity to come down, look through the microscope, which is the best view. This captures for them, refreshes their recollection when they're in the jury room as to what that location was.
Okay.
I think they've seen enough.
Mr. Sims, I want to put 288, your sketch from November 11th of SOC B, the same sketch that we had up a little while ago, and I want you to focus on your area 42B2.
Okay.
Okay, how were you able to identify that area on the SOC that you ultimately performed PCR testing on?
In other words, identify it in terms of its location.
Yeah, how'd you find that?
Well, I found it by looking under the stereo microscope.
And initially, were you aware of its presence before you used the stereo microscope?
On that particular stain, I believe, again, I was looking through the stereo microscope when I found 42B2.
Okay. And when you look through the stereo microscope, do you have the capacity to take photographs of what you see through the stereo microscope?
Yes,
Did you take a picture of that before you sampled it?
yes.
Okay, let me just back up a little bit. Did you do some sort of presumptive test on that 42B2 area before you sampled it?
Yes.
What did you do?
I did an orthotolidine test, a presumptive test for blood.
And when you say presumptive, that means it could be blood?
Yes,
And then you ultimately did PCR DQ alpha testing on it?
yes.
And the results were consistent with Nicole Brown?
On 42B2, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd request to have marked as People's 290 for identification, Mr. Sims' micro photograph of that stain area. May I mark that on the back?
You may.
Mr. Sims, showing you which to mark this People's Exhibit 290, is that the photograph that you took?
Yes, this is a close-up photograph of stain 42B2 before it was cut out.
Okay. Can I put that on the projector, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Mr. Sims, can you, if you can, why don't you come down here and use some arrows and show us the areas that caught your attention when you looked at it through the stereo microscope?
Mrs. Robertson?
Or would it be more helpful to circle it, or?
I could show maybe 2 arrows or something like
Sure.
that.
Why don't you put some arrows where the area that caught your attention?
Oops. Let me-
Did we just lose our big screen, Mrs. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Could we try to do it using our small monitor, capture it, and then pass both around to the jury?
All right, let's try that.
Try that.
All right, Ms. Fitzpatrick, can we just bring up the attorney's monitors and then capture a photograph from Yelmo from the attorney's monitors? Mr. Harmon, Ms. Fitzpatrick tells me she doesn't think we can catch. We'll try. All right. Ms. Fitzpatrick, have we blown a fuse on the monitor? All right. Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to see if... How is the resolution on that, Mr. Harmon? I can't quite see from here.
Color's kind of strange.
It's, the color's a little,
All right, I have a very sharp image on my monitor.
Jack. It's blurry. It's as if we're getting a double image.
All right. Let's do this. Let's have Mr. Sims mark the location from the courts, from the council's monitor. Let's take the big screen down. And we can have Mr. Sims mark it from the monitor.
Two arrows on there, and one of them's higher than the other. Mr. Sims, what caught your attention in the higher arrow there?
just, there's some reddish staining that you can see in the photograph.
Could we capture that? You want to make that 298?
Yes.
Go. There again.
And the lower arrow, what caught your attention in there?
Again, there's some reddish staining in the photograph.
Now, how big an area, let's say, compared to what we see on the screen there, was it that you cut out of the sock to do your DNA testing from?
An area compared to that particular photograph?
Sure.
It was somewhat larger than that, as I recall.
So the area was actually larger than the area we see in the photograph.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
How large an area is that in the photograph? Give us a ballpark.
Well, again, I want to look at my notes on that point.
Okay, why don't you do that? Your Honor, well, could we pass 290 and 290A around to the jury?
I guess we have to. Mr. Harmon, do you have any other questions for?
I don't, I'm just waiting for the image to come out and, well, Mr. Sims was actually looking to see how large an area that was.
The actual cutout area on 42B2 was about 13 millimeters by 5 millimeters. So when I took those photo micrographs, there's an earlier one that actually shows a scale, but the purpose of that particular photo was to just show what the substance looked like. It wasn't a documentation of the exact area, the dimensions of the exact area that I cut out.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd just like to pass those around, Your Honor.
All right. One more pass.
Well, I'd like to have them together, yeah.
I agree.
That did not work, Your Honor.
We need to reposition the arrows.
Mr. Sims, could you take a look at the screen and see if we've got things lined up again?
That appears to be where I put the arrows.
quite fast for what it does. All right, Mr. Harmon, if you would hand those two items, please, to juror number one.
Or 290A on the back.
You may.
Depending on.
All right, Mr. Harmon, would you collect the 290 from Deputy Russell, please? All right, Mr. Harmon, any other questions for Mr. Sims? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Scheck.
Actually, I just asked Mr. Sims to perform some calculations, but Mr. Sims, how long do you think that'll take you?
2 minutes?
Great. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Thank you.
Mr. Scheck.
Thank you. Mr. Sims, let's talk briefly, if we can, first about the sock. Now, Mr. Harmon directed your attention, and we all viewed under the stereo microscope 2 sections of sock B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the second section of sock B that a photograph was just introduced about, that's the one you designated 42B2.
Yes.
Now, out of the stains that you testified you saw when you first got the socks at your laboratory, 42B2 was a stain that you discovered for the first time under the stereo microscope.
I believe that's correct, yes.
You
Me
might
too.
have, is it, you're working off your notes with respect to that.
Yes.
Is it possible that you might have actually seen that stain with your naked eye before you looked under the stereo microscope?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Could you have seen that stain with your naked eye before you looked at it under the stereo microscope?
Sustained.
Well, to the best of your recollection, can you tell us with certainty whether you saw it first under the stereo microscope or first with your naked eye?
The best of my recollection would be that I saw it first with the stereo microscope.
Okay. Now, that wasn't true of all the stains on the sock, was it?
No, I believe that's correct.
Now, you told us, I believe when I was asking you questions on cross-examination, that with respect to sock A, 42A, the first thing you noticed when you saw the socks was with your naked eye, without a stereo microscope, you saw a blood drop on 42A. Is that correct?
I believe this is in the area of 42A2.
Yes.
Yes, there was an arrow directing my attention to that stain, and I saw that.
And you saw that without a stereo microscope.
Yes.
And then that was near a section on sock A where the largest cutout was taken out of all the cutouts that were made in the sock.
That was more towards the top than, as opposed to the ankle region?
Yeah, the ankle, I'm talking about the ankle cutout.
Okay, the ankle cutout was more, I'm sorry, I'm losing your question now.
Okay.
Please ask me that.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
Do you still have the gloves available?
We do have some gloves, yes.
Okay. Could I ask you first to take out sock A and show the jury the area that you saw with the naked eye when you first saw the socks? There was a blood stain on sock A. Could you do that? Could you just
Okay.
come over here, pull out the sock,
I think
hold
the
it
large
up,
ones are
and
down
show
on
it
the
to the
card.
jury? What would you'd like another piece of paper laying down? Actually, the way we did it before, would it be acceptable to you, Mr. Sims, if we put this paper on top of the prosecution's cart, and you could then take sock A, put it out here, stand before the jury and display it? Does that sound? Okay.
I'd like to turn that over.
Whatever you want to do.
I believe it was this one where the arrow was pointing to.
Could you please hold up sock A, point to the cutout area where the arrow was for the jury, and please, if you could, walk across the jury and show us that area where you saw a blood stain with your naked eye upon first receiving those socks.
Jack, that mistakes the testimony that it was a blood stain.
It's a stain. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Sims, did you later determine that the red spot you saw in the area you're about to display to the jury was a blood stain?
Well, that still mistakes the testimony.
Oral.
Yes, in my opinion, it was.
Thank you. So could you please hold up the sock? It's this area over here,
Yes, by the arrow.
by the arrow. Could you please start with juror number 1 and show her and the rest of the jurors here that section that you saw the blood stain with your naked eye when you first received the sock?
Actually, that mistakes the testimony.
What you later determined to be a blood stain.
What you later determined to be a blood stain. And Mr. Sims, could you please now flip the sock over? And could you please display for the jury the cutout area on sock A? Oh, before I do, let me just ask you a few preliminary questions. Was there a cutout area? There was a cutout area on sock A that was cut out before you received it.
Yes.
And portions of that were in a microfuge tube.
Yes,
And you determined from 3 of the 4 swatches that you tested from that area that there was something on the order of how much high molecular weight human DNA?
it was something on the order of about 1.5 micrograms, as I recall, something in that.
1,350 nanograms?
Something like that, yes.
Right? And that's just 3 of the 4 swatches, right?
That's 3 of the 4, yes.
Fair to say that was highly concentrated DNA.
It's a strong deposit, yes.
Okay. Consistent with the
Mr.
kind
Chair.
of high concentration.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have the same problem. We have a witness with his back to the court and the court reporter. You can't hear what's saying.
Okay.
You need to address your comments to the witness.
Yes. Mr. Sims, please try to keep your voice up if you could.
Okay?
And the high concentration of DNA that you found in that section of the sock is consistent with the kind of high concentrations one finds with blood that comes from reference tubes.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question as far as reference tubes. I mean, if the blood coming out of a reference tube may be very much like the blood coming out of someone's artery, for example.
Would it be?
I don't understand that context.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Would you not agree, sir, that blood that comes out of reference tubes tends to be highly concentrated in terms of its DNA content?
Your Honor, can we have him go back to the witness stand?
No, I'm going to ask him to display something else in a second.
All right. See.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, could you please display to the jury, the same fashion you did before, that cutout section of the sock, sock A?
All right, you're pointing to that with your left index finger.
Yes.
Right. Mr. Cochran?
Just hold it up so that it's clearly visible to the people in the back row.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Mr. Sims, thank you very much. Maybe you could just return the sock there for a moment. We'll pack it up later if we could, if that's all right with the court. And you could resume your seat and I'll, Your Honor, I think I can do it in a half hour.
Proceed.
It's an offer you can't refuse. Now, Mr. Sims, would it be fair to say that in terms of the blood-stained areas of the sock that you examined, that some areas were more difficult to see than others?
Yes, that's true.
And we have just spent, well, withdrawn, the area that Mr. Harmon directed you to point out to the jury and look at under the stereo microscope. Would it be fair to say that that was one of the more subtle areas to observe?
Yes.
Mr. Scheck, why don't you turn the podium towards the witness there?
Thank you. Now, in the final analysis, Mr. Sims, every blood stain that you cut out of that sock, you could see with your naked eye.
Given the proper lighting, that's true.
And let me ask you some questions now about consistency in testing. You were asked some questions on redirect examination about multiple tests by different laboratories. You recall those?
Yes.
All right. Now, the RFLP DQ alpha tests, D1S80 tests that were performed by your laboratory, those tests in and of themselves cannot tell when blood or DNA from blood was deposited on any particular item.
That's correct.
Nor can it tell you how blood or DNA got on any particular item.
That's correct.
Now, if you assume that samples you tested had been previously contaminated with blood or DNA from blood, inadvertently or intentionally at LAPD, all right? These are samples that you tested. Just asking him to assume that.
Proceed.
Would you expect that another laboratory performing the same tests that you did would get different results than you got?
Well, I think when we're talking about multiple swatches, for example, that would be one way that you could check on the contamination. But as far as the deliberate,
Or inadvertent?
well, the inadvertent, I think, is addressed as far as contamination being inadvertent. To me, it would be unlikely that you would get this uniform contamination across all the swatches. But the second part of your question, or the second,
We may stop you just for 1 second.
Sustain. Let him finish the answer.
Go ahead.
well, I think when you use the word deliberate, if it was deliberately contaminated, to me, I would assume you're talking about taking a regular liquid sample of blood and making a deliberate contamination, then one might expect to get the same results all the way across.
All right, then let's just focus now on, if you assume, please listen carefully to my question and answer the question I'm asking you, okay?
Okay?
If you assume that samples you tested had previously been inadvertently cross-contaminated at LAPD, you have that assumption in mind,
Okay?
all right? Asking you to assume that.
Okay?
Would you expect that another laboratory would get different results than you got when you tested the samples if they were to test the samples after you?
This is some inadvertent cross-contamination that you're mentioning?
I'm asking you to assume that there was inadvertent cross-contamination of a sample. You have
Okay.
that in mind.
I have that in mind.
All right. Now, you perform tests on the sample.
Okay?
You get results such as the ones exactly the results you reported here in court.
Okay?
Now, those same samples are then given to another laboratory to perform the same battery of tests that you performed. You have that in mind.
Yes.
Would you expect that subsequent laboratory to get results different than yours?
Sufficient foundation, it's an improper hypothetical. Or
Well, again, now we're talking about the same sample, but I think in the context of multiple swatches, that would seem or it would seem that you might see differences in results. If there was contamination, say, of swatch A, but not of swatch C, then if one lab tested swatch A, another lab tested swatch C, then you might expect to see differences if cross-contamination occurred.
My question to you, sir, please listen carefully and answer this question.
Okay?
I'm saying that if somebody were to take the samples that you tested, the ones you tested,
Now, do you mean the exact piece of cloth or,
what remains of the samples that you tested,
okay?
and then tested them again using the same battery of tests if there were enough sample to conduct such tests. All right?
Okay.
And further, we're assuming initially that there had been inadvertent cross-contamination at LAPD, right?
Okay.
Would you expect the subsequent laboratory to get test results that were different on the samples, the remainder of the samples that you tested, than the results that you got?
Objection, no foundation is improper hypothetical.
Overruled.
It's not based on the facts.
Overruled.
Well, again, it gets complicated because I may have tested one swatch and saved another swatch. So if you're assuming that the swatch I got was cross-contaminated, that doesn't mean to me that the other swatch was contaminated, so you may get different results.
You cut part of swatches and left them, some of these were extraordinarily small amounts, right?
Yes, they were.
All right. On those that you cut, would you expect that the subsequent lab would get a different result than you got from the same swatch?
The state's testimony is no foundation, it's not based on the facts.
Overruled.
In the instance where we're talking about one particular small swatch, in those situations, as opposed to those situations where I had multiple swatches to work with, then I think you're right in that particular situation.
Now, the Bundy blood drops were samples that were degraded. Yes?
Question?
Yes? Question?
Yes, the ones, as far as the ones that we actually examined, I can speak to those, although I think, again, that one, number 52, is a Bundy blood drop that an RFLP was obtained from, so I wouldn't say that was so degraded.
To use the terminology that I believe you employed the last time we spoke about this,
Yes,
you agreed that 47, 48, 49, and 50 were substantially degraded,
yes, that's the right term.
right?
That's the term.
And you gave us on redirect examination some specific numbers that we'll get to in a minute as to how much or how little human DNA were in those samples, correct?
Yes,
And as to sample 52, you prefer to use the term degraded as opposed to substantially degraded because an RFLP test rendered a result with cell mark.
yes, I think that's somewhere where we ended up.
But in terms of numbers, nanograms, you recall we went through an exercise where we estimated amounts of DNA based on milligrams weight and the amount of DNA that you got on your slot plots. Remember that?
Yes,
And your projection, according to the assumptions behind the defense hypothetical and the projections you made, is that the total amount of human DNA in sample 52 was 33 nanograms.
I think that was based on your assumption about how much of the sample I got, because you made the assumption that I think I had 11.5% or something like that.
Now, would an estimate of about 33 nanograms for all of sample 52 be consistent in terms of testimony from Dr. Cotton that the amount of DNA, human DNA, that was the basis for the RFLP result at cell mark was between 25 and 50 nanograms?
In other words, does that seem to be in the consistent range?
Yes.
Yes, if that is in fact what Dr. Cotton said, that she had 25 to 50 nanograms on that sample.
Now, in terms of blood drops, how many nanograms of human DNA would you expect to be in one drop of blood?
On on a typical drop of blood, you may see somewhere in neighborhood of 500 nanograms, maybe something like that, maybe up to a microgram, depending on the size of the drop, obviously.
So, notwithstanding the RFLP result on sample 52, you would agree it was degraded?
Well, again, when I'm talking about how much DNA one might get out of a drop of blood, I'm usually talking about a clean substrate like a cloth, which may yield or give back a stronger yield than the situation where we're talking about collecting number 52 off of the, I believe it's the carport area or something like that. That's a different substrate. And substrates don't yield the same amount of blood or DNA in the tests.
Let's talk about substrates. As I understand your testimony here on redirect examination, item number 12, blood drops recovered from the wooden floor in Mr. Simpson's Rockingham home, had a higher content of DNA in them than the Bundy drops.
That's my understanding, yes.
So when those samples were being processed, they had a higher content of DNA than the Bundy drops.
Well, now when you're saying when they were being processed, is that as opposed as to when they were shed, or?
No. When they were being collected, packaged, dried, taken out of test tubes, all those processes that took place in the evidence processing room, would it be fair to say that the swatches from item 12 had a higher content of human DNA than the Bundy samples, based on the data you've seen?
Yes.
And even item number 6 from Rockingham had a higher content of human DNA than the Bundy samples, according to the calculations you made for the prosecutor on redirect examination.
Yes.
Now let's talk further about substrates. You had a picture of 116 in the front page. Well, do you recall seeing a picture of bloodstains recovered from the front gate, photo number 116 on June 13th?
This is now the front gate, you said?
Front gate. LAPD item number 51, photo number 116 as you look at it in the pictures.
That number doesn't ring a bell to me, but I have seen, I believe, a photo of the front gate.
Okay. And the front gate is the same kind of substrate as the rear gate.
Well, I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, if it's...
You were answering all kinds of questions from Mr. Harmon about substrates based on looking at photos, right?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the photo of the front gate and comparing it to the photo of the back gate, would it be fair to say that the front gate and the back gate were the same kind of substrate?
I'd like to see the two photos side by side.
All right. We're looking for a photo now, but let's plow on. Now, you also analyzed a sample from the handrail at Bundy.
Yes.
All right. And do you recall ever seeing a picture of blood on that handrail?
Yes, I believe I have seen that.
Would it be fair to say that in terms of substrates, the blood on the handrail, withdrawn, in terms of substrates, the handrail appeared similar in the photographs to the substrate on the back gate?
Yes, again, you're asking me if it's generally similar. I think it was. It was white painted metal, as I recall.
Now, you have done yield gels and slot blots on item 51, the bloodstains from the front gate, have you not?
Yes.
and these were the ones collected on June 13th, right?
That's my understanding.
And from that substrate on the front gate, were not those bloodstains substantially degraded?
Yes, they were.
Bacterial DNA.
Well, it appeared to be bacterial. I didn't, again, remember, I'm not doing a specific test for bacteria, but it has that degradation pattern like some of the Bundy drops was seen.
So the results from the substrate on the front gate collected on June 13th were comparable to 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Yes, they were comparable.
And the results from the substrate of the handrail. You did yield gels and slot blots on that as well.
Yes.
And those showed those stains collected on June 13th from a substrate on the handrail substrate. Those also were substantially degraded, like 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Yes, that is correct. The one point I wanted to make is I think it's on 47, we didn't actually run that yield gel and see that degradation pattern. But 3 of the other ones I know we did. The same kind of pattern that you're talking about on these 2 additional items.
Thank you. Now, 115, 116, and 117 were collected on July 3rd.
That's my understanding, yes.
And from that, that's the back gate, right?
Yes, that's the rear gate.
And those, as you've said, had no evidence of bacterial degradation.
I did not see that pattern that we had seen on those other samples from Bundy.
Now, I've asked you to look at, you did a chart for the prosecution where you made a comparison of the amount of DNA in terms of nanograms per milligram, correct?
Per milligram of swatch material, yes.
All right, could you explain to the jury exactly what you mean by that when you're making a comparison of nanograms per milligram?
Yes, what I wanted to look at was the basis of how much DNA we were recovering from some of these swatches against what the weight of the swatch material was. So you recall we talked about weighing all these swatches. I went back and I figured out how much DNA I got per each milligram unit of the swatch material of the stains.
And would it be fair to say that this is an analysis that tries to give you some notion of concentration?
Yes.
Now, have you reviewed 2 charts we prepared at the break based on the data that you gave us on redirect examination in terms of nanograms per milligram?
Yes, I had.
All right. Now, I'd ask that one of these be marked. What are we up to?
1192.
1192A, and another one, 1192B. Now, first, have you checked the math on these, and does it appear to you to be substantially correct?
Yes, it's substantially correct.
Could we please display 1192A?
The difficulty being is our,
All right,
All right.
well, let's take a shot at 1192A.
All right.
All right, let me do this. Let me try to hold this up to the jury as best I can and read it off.
can you put it up on the bulletin board there?
Sure.
Use the pointer.
Thank you. Maybe if we clip it up here, that
All right, why don't you flip Mr. Yamauchi's chart over.
I see people nodding. I don't think it's really gonna work. Maybe what I could try to do is just,
You want to bring this in the center, so it's at least in the center of the...
yes, thank you very much. Oh, gosh.
And its first corollary.
Now, you have that in front of you, do you not, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so this is a comparison of the swatch DNA samples to 117, the rear gate sample.
Yes, that's the comparison.
And the rear gate sample, number 117, has 4 times as much DNA on a basis of concentration, on a basis of nanograms to milligrams, as item number 6.
Yes,
And that's, item number 6 is one of those blood drops found at Rockingham. And it has 27 times as much DNA as 47, one of the Bundy blood drops.
Yes, and again, keep in mind that on 117, 115, and 116, that's a yield gel comparison against the slot blots now on 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52.
And as far as 48 is concerned, another Bundy blood drop, it has 45 times as much DNA.
Yes,
And as far as number 49 is concerned, it has 270 times as much DNA.
yes,
And as far as number 50, another blood drop, it has 51 times as much DNA.
yes,
And as far as number 52 is concerned, it has 11 times as much DNA.
yes.
We need to actually flip that over. Is that possible? Because that's Mr. Yamauchi's diagram, if you recall.
We actually have it on Scotch tape, and then we'll pull it off. Oh, cool.
Because you're actually on another exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Now, with respect to 115 and 116, same comparison. 115 and 116 have about 2 times as much DNA as number 6.
Yes,
15 times as much DNA as number 47, a Bundy blood drop.
yes,
22 times as much DNA as 48.
yes,
135 times as much DNA as 49.
yes,
25 times as much DNA as 50.
yes,
And 6 times as much DNA as 52.
yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
I'm terrified.
All right, why don't you use what time you have left?
Now, Mr. Harmon asked you today and last time you were here a whole series of hypotheticals based on assumptions about how Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola handled samples when they collected them, when they put them in plastic bags, when they put them into test tubes, when they took them out of test tubes, after they were allegedly dry, and scraped them out of test tubes. You recall those?
Yes,
And he asked you, in regard to that set of activities, when he was asking you these hypothetical questions, to assume that Andrea Mazzola and Dennis Fung systematically alternated the substrate controls and the specimens when they handled the samples.
yes,
And I think on redirect examination last time, you actually characterize that as a critical assumption as far as your answers to these hypotheticals.
I don't recall using that exact word, and I do recall remarking on something being important. I'm not sure it was that specific item, but yes, I think that is important.
Thank you. And Mr. Harmon added to the hypothetical today many assumptions about what Mr. Yamauchi did and did not do when he handled the samples.
Yes.
Now, did you ever review Mr. Yamauchi's notes to verify whether or not he performed the activities in question in accordance with the assumptions that were given to you in the hypothetical questions Mr. Harmon asked you?
No, I did not review them with that in mind.
Do you know, Mr. Sims, whether or not the Los Angeles Police Department DNA laboratory has a contamination problem that arises from the way they handle samples during the extraction process?
Action calls for speculation, no foundation, hearsay.
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, can you open a reference tube without a Vacutainer reference tube with a purple top, without getting blood on your gloves through a chem wipe?
I suppose when I'm thinking now when I do that, I frequently will double up or maybe even triple up the chem wipe, and that tends to get most of it, but it wouldn't be unusual for some of that blood to get through the chem wipe
It has happened.
onto the glove.
That's a reason to be careful.
Yes, yes.
Now, incidentally, Your Honor, I think we have here Exhibit 97, which is oh. Picture of the back gate. Oh, and front door, I'm sorry. Can I just, for the
Yes.
sake of time?
Why don't you hold it with two hands so it's flat?
Thank you very much.
There you go. One of your exhibits, Counsel. It's tough when we have to go back to the old ways.
That was certainly. When you get blood on your gloves when you're handling samples, Mr. Sims, do you always know it? Or will you?
In other words, could there be like a very fine drop that you wouldn't see?
Does that happen to you?
Well, I would change my gloves is the way I would answer that. I would automatically change my gloves when handling that kind of sample.
So by routinely and systematically changing or washing your gloves, you can avoid that problem.
Well, yes, that's a good way to avoid that altogether.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Blake being a stranger or guest in your laboratory on redirect the last time you were here.
I would describe him as a guest.
Okay? But the questions you were asked
Yes.
use both terms. Now, Dr. Blake has been a friend of yours for 20 years, has he not?
Maybe a little longer, more like 22 now.
At one point, when you were a student at Berkeley, he taught you as a teaching assistant.
Yes, he did.
He asked you to pose for pictures here indicating how you had handled samples during the course of your examination.
Yes.
You worked together late in the evening with him.
Yes.
You worked on weekends
Yes.
in an effort to assist you in getting this work done. Both of you worked around the soccer schedules of each other's children.
I believe that's true.
Dr. Blake works and lives in the Bay Area.
Yes, he does.
It's fair to say you're good friends and colleagues.
Yes,
Now, when he was in your laboratory, he documented by photographs the evidence as you received it.
yes,
He made documentations of the evidence before you altered it or cut it.
yes,
And he came back to document the strips, DQ alpha strips, or RFLP autorads, or D1 S80 strips after the test results have been done.
Excuse me, Mr. Check, forgive me for interrupting you. Do you have much more?
I don't know what the scheduling problems are. I'm
Schedule
close.
probably- we have visitation for the jurors this afternoon scheduled, and we already have a number of their visitors waiting.
Well, then I don't want to interfere with that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Sims, I guess we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session. I was trying to finish, but a little slow here. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the